Good afternoon to you and welcome to this live broadcast of the National Assembly. This being the date of the 13th of April, the year is 2022. This is the afternoon sitting of the 6th session of Parliament, with a lot lined up for consideration before the floor of the House this afternoon. This broadcast is brought to you courtesy of the collaboration between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. You can also follow up on this live broadcast on our YouTube channel, and that is on KBC Channel 1 as well as on Parliament of Kenya. My name is Gladys Mungai, and I'll be taking you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon. A look at the order paper this afternoon is that the National Assembly will consider the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, this being Bill number 28 of the year 2021 by the Leader of Majority. Under the Committee of the Whole House, the House will be considering a total of 3 bills. And just to mention the bills is the National Electronic Single Window System, this being a bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 15 of the year 2021. The Huduma bill that was also discussed in the morning is also highlighted in the order of business this afternoon. Another bill that will be considered under the Committee of the Whole House is the Children Bill, this being Bill number 38 of the year 2021. The Chairperson Committee on Matters Implementation will be moving a motion on the implementation status of the report on the petition on irregular renewal of leases of land by Del Monte Kenya Limited. According to the chairman in the motion, is that the House adopts the report of the Select Committee on implementation on its consideration of the implementation status of the report, and this particular report is by the Departmental Committee on Matters Land, and this is on a petition of irregular renewal of leases of land by Del Monte Kenya. This particular report on the said topic was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, December 22nd, the year is 2021. The Prompt Payment Bill, Bill number 16 of the year 2021, by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Finance and National Planning, is a bill that members of Parliament will be making their input on, and so is a startup bill, this being Bill number 1 of the year 2021. Honorable Member for Kwale County, Honorable Zuleka Hassan, will be making a statement on repatriation of Kenyans stranded in Ukraine. And this particular statement will be forwarded to the relevant Departmental Committee on Matters Defense and Foreign Relations. And this is passed on to Standing Orders number 42, subsection 2C. The Speaker of the National Assembly is in the chambers. I'm now handing you over for the live broadcast. Good afternoon.
Tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Twakusihi ututazame kwa neema nyingi, sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Twakuomba ututeremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kuyafikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako ziendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umekabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amina. Ring the quorum bell, please.
The Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, has ordered the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and this is pursuant to Standing Orders number 34, subsection 2, on matters quorum. As it stands, yet again, just like in the morning sitting, the House lacks the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. From the statement that will be made by the Honorable Zuleka Hassan, member for Kwale County, and this is on repatriation of Kenyans stranded in Ukraine, the House will go ahead and consider a couple of bills. And to just mention a few of them is the startup bill, this being a bill by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Communication, Information and Innovation. The Mang Bill, a bill from the Senate, Bill number 9 of the year 2020, by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Agriculture and Livestock, is a bill at the second stage, and members of Parliament will be making their input in regards to the bill. The bill from the Senate is by Honorable Senator Enoch Wambua, the Senator for Kitui County. The Honorable Member for Igembe Central, Honorable Kubai Ringo, will pass on to Standing Orders number 42A, subsection 5, be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Interior to explain why the gazettement of the Igembe Central Sub-County has been delayed, and this happens to be since 2018, and this is after public participation recommended by the area sub-county, and which qualifies in all aspects. Could the Cabinet Secretary also explain when the subdivision of the said sub-county will be gazetted? And this is considering that all other identified subdivisions in Meru County have been gazetted. And finally, the Honourable Member for Igembe Central will be seeking to understand when will the new Deputy County Commissioner, and this is for the new Kiungu sub-county, will be posted in the sub-county headquarters for enhanced service delivery. The question by Honourable Member Kubai Ringo will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Administration and Matters National Security. The Honourable Member for Luanda, Honourable Chris Omulele, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Education that could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the construction of Emululu Technical Training College, and this is in Luanda constituency, has not commenced. And this is despite being allocated funds during the financial year 2021-2022. And could the Cabinet Secretary also state the amount that was earmarked and utilized on the pre-design phase of the institute during the financial year 2021-2022, if any? And what has caused the inaudit delay in the initiation of the project of the TTI, and when the construction works will commence? The questions by Honourable Member for Luanda, Honourable Chris Omulele, will be forwarded to the Departmental Committee on Matters Education and Research. The member for Teso North, Honourable Oku Kaunya, will be asking the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing and Matters Urban Development to explain why the renovation of Malaba Railway Station, as well as the construction of the Malaba Railway Container Depot, have stalled, and this is despite having been funded. Could the Cabinet Secretary also indicate any challenges faced by the contractor who has since abandoned the site? and has failed to meet the contractual obligations on the two projects, and this is including failure to pay cash or laborers. And finally, Honorable Kaunia will be seeking to understand from the Cabinet Secretary for Transport what steps the ministry is taking to ensure the construction of the two said projects is completed, considering their importance in the boosting of matters transport network, as well as improving the economy of the region. His questions will be replied before the Departmental Committee on Matters Transport, Public Works and Housing. In regards to the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, the member for Kwale County, Honorable Zuleka Hassan, will be passed on to Standing Orders number 44, subsection 2C, be making a statement that will be forwarded to the Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, and this is in regards to the repatriations of Kenyans that are stranded in Ukraine. The quorum bell is ringing, and this follows the directive by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Justin Muturi, that the House is given a further 10 minutes before commencement of debate, as the House lacks the requisite quorum to commence business this afternoon. And these directives are passed on to Standing Orders of the House, number 34, subsection 2. Under items for consideration before the floor of the House this afternoon is the Huduma Bill, a bill from the National Assembly, Bill number 57 of the year 2021. The bill was being debated today during the morning sitting, with members objecting or in support of the Huduma Bill, with it stating why the House should adopt the bill or reject it in totality. The debate on that particular bill has been concluded, and we await for the question to be put this afternoon. The House appears to have raised the numbers to commence business this afternoon. I now hand over back to the chamber to follow up on the live broadcast. My name is Gladys Mungai. Good afternoon.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Leader Majority.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 13th, 2022, afternoon sitting. First is the report of the Auditor General and financial statement in respect of the NGCDF, Kajiado North constituency for the year ended 30th of June 2019, and the certificate therein. Number 2, reports of the Auditor General and financial statement in respect of the following NGCDF constituencies for the year ended 30th of June 2020, and the certificates therein. This being Westlands constituency and Roysab constituency. Number 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect to the following institutions for the year ended 30th of June 2020 and the certificates therein, and this being the National Museums of Kenya, National Industrial Training Authority, Kenya Cultural Center, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, and the National Irrigation Authority. And lastly, the report of the Auditor General and financial statement in respect of the National Assistance Trust Fund from the State Department for Social Protection for the year ended 30th of June 2021 and the certificates therein. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next, the the chairman, Committee on Delegated Legislation, or a member thereof, Honorable Serone, yeah? Honorable Serone, yes?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, April 13th, 2022. Report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Political Parties Membership Regulation 2021, legal notice number 260 of 2021. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
First question by the member for Igembe Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to ask. Question number 108 of 2022, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Interior and the Coordination of National Government. 1. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the settlement of the Igembe Central Sub-County has been delayed since 2018 after public participation, which recommended the area to be subdivided as sub-county, and it qualifies in all aspects? 2. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain when the subdivision of the Sindh sub-county will be ascertained, considering that all other identified subdivisions of sub-counties in Meru County have already been ascertained? 3. When will the new Deputy County Commissioner for the new Kiengo sub-county be posted to the sub-county headquarters for enhancement of service and delivery? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security. Next question is by the member for Luanda, the Honorable Chris Omulele. Can you give him the next one? The one where he is.
Sorry, Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. I rise to ask question number 109 of 2022 to the Cabinet Secretary for Education. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why construction of a Mululu Technical Training Institute in Luanda constituency has not commenced despite being allocated funds during the financial year 2021-2022? 2, could the Cabinet Secretary state the amount that was earmarked and utilized on the pre-design phase of the Institute, if any, during the financial year 2021-2022? And 3, what has caused the inordinate delay in the initiation of the project works on the TTI, and when will the construction works commence? Thank you, Speaker.
The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Education and National and Research. Final question is by the member for Teso North, Honorable Kaunya. We don't have a count.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask a question to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, and Urban Development. Roman 1, could the Cabinet Secretary explain why the renovation of Malaba Railway Station and construction of Malaba Railway Container Depot has stalled nearly a month despite having been funded? Number 2, could the Cabinet Secretary explain challenges faced by the contractor who has since abandoned the site and has failed to meet his contractual obligations on the said projects, including the payment of dues to casual laborers who have not been paid to date? Roman 3, what steps is the ministry taking to ensure that the construction of the station and depot are completed soon as possible, considering its importance in boosting transport network and improving the economy of the region? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next segment is on statements. And today there is a response from the chairman, Departmental Committee on Defense and Foreign Relations, to the request by the member, Honorable Suleika Hassan, Kwale County member. Chair, Defense and Foreign Relations, Honorable Richard Tongi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I rise to issue a statement to the House regarding the repatriation of Kenyans stranded in Ukraine, as requested by Honorable Suleika Hassan, MP Kwale County, on Thursday of the 24th February 2022. Honorable Speaker, the matter might seem to have taken a little longer than it should have been, but this is because of the nature of the responses which were required, which required quite a lot of engagement and involving other countries so that we can get a more and most appropriate response to that question which was asked, Honorable Speaker. Even as I table the response as received, appended to this statement, allow me to give the House a brief history of what has happened in Ukraine, Honorable Speaker, to the best of our knowledge. On the 24th of February, the Russian Federation invaded Ukraine in violation of its sovereignty and territorial integrity. Kenya, along with other countries, strongly condemned the invasion at the United Nations Security Council. The escalated conflict and tension in Ukraine resulting from attacks by Russian military forces led to the exodus of millions of people, including Kenyans, Honorable Speaker, who are living in the country. Kenya does not have a residence mission in Ukraine. However, Kenya Embassy is being served by Vienna, Australia, and Ukraine. Is being accredited by one of our honorary consular, Honorable Speaker. It's estimated that there are about 201 Kenyans in Ukraine, out of whom 187, mainly students, are registered, and the rest are not documented, Honorable Speaker. The question was, number one, is the national government considering urgent repatriation of Kenyans caught in Russian invasion of Ukraine back to Kenya? And if so, within what time frames shall this happen? The Minister of Foreign Affairs facilitated the urgent evacuation of Kenyans caught in the Russian invasion, Honorable Speaker. At the onset, the Ministry and the Kenya Embassy, Vienna, issued an advisory to all Kenyans living and studying in Ukraine to urgently consider leaving the country. Kenya Embassy in Vienna, Berlin, and Moscow, alongside the consular in Kyiv, mobilized support for safe passage of Kenyans to neighboring countries, Honorable Speaker. The consular in Ukraine has been providing leadership and guidance to Kenyans on the travel logistics between Ukraine cities and neighboring countries of Poland, Hungary, Romania, Germany, and many other countries in the neighborhood. And he organized transport, Honorable Speaker, alongside with the local authorities for all Kenyans who are willing to be evacuated from Ukraine between the 24th of February and 1st of March. On 8 March 2022, 26 Kenyans, students and family of three who were stranded and were blocked and were unable to move, Honorable Speaker, the Russian military and the Russian government made provision and they provided a safe exit, which helped quite a lot, Honorable Speaker. There was a WhatsApp group which was initiated called Kenya Evacuation, and it is helped to coordinate the students and those who are willing to move so that they will be able to share the notes and experiences for purposes of safety and ensuring that they're moving without endangering their lives and the lives of their loved ones. The ministry and Kenyan embassy in Vienna has reached out to families of Kenyans who were affected, and the Honorable Speaker, the ministry reports as follows. The people who have been moved to Kenya, or Kenyans who have been moved from Ukraine to Kenya, are 37 in number. Those who are moved to Poland are 70. Those who are moved to Germany are 7. Those who are moved to Hungary are 18. Those who are moved to Slovakia Republic are 2. Romania, 2. Belgium, 2. Ukraine do not want to leave. There are some who are actually not willing to leave Ukraine for whatever reasons, Honorable Speaker. So there are about 6 of them who have not been accounted for. So we believe they have chosen to stay because all the options were available at their disposal to use the avenue which were created by the ministry and the government of Kenya. The ministry and the Kenyan embassy Vienna continues to reach out to the students and parents of those who were affected, and we are hoping that by end of this month we should be able to have all of them cleared. Question number 2, Honorable Speaker. In lieu of repatriation, could the national government consider relocating these citizens to several regions within Ukraine, or more peaceful regions that neighbor Ukraine? And the answer to that, Honorable Speaker, is yes. The ministry has already initiated the process, and quite a number of them have actually been moved out. Kenyans who are currently in the border states of Ukraine are being accommodated at the university hostels, temporary shelters provided by aid agencies and churches, while some are staying with relatives and friends and well-wishers. The Ministry and the Kenyan Embassy in Vienna, Berlin, and Moscow continue to liaise with host government, international organizations such as International Organization for Migration and the Kenya Community Organization for Sustainable Provision of Humanitarian Assistance, which is required for our people to be safe. This includes food, clothing, shelter, and affected Kenyans are being, of course, encouraged. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, all Kenyans who are willing to be evacuated out of Ukraine after the Russian invasion are out of danger, safely back home in Kenya or in state neighboring Ukraine. Number 2, over 30 Kenyans are back in Kenya, and a number are expected back home by 18th of March, which is already passed, Honorable Speaker. So as we speak, there are many more Kenyans who are here. Several Kenyans have indicated that they are willing to continue with their studies at the European states, which have similar syllabus and systems of education with Ukraine, so that they can pursue their studies. Number 3, the ministry continues to monitor the situation of Kenya in the border countries of Ukraine with a view of providing necessary support. Mr. Speaker, sir, that is the synopsis of the response that I hereby submit to the entire report as received from the ministry. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
Member for Kwale, you've heard the response to your request.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say that the response is accurate and what we expected, and what was reported is what was done. And I just want to use this opportunity to commend very highly the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for having done such a great job. As soon as they were called upon, they stepped into action to make sure that these Kenyan students were evacuated. Together with many other Kenyans who were affected directly and indirectly, as well as Honorable Omar Mwinyi here. His daughter was in Ukraine at the time the war started. We felt very proud to be Kenyans, and we were very happy with the way the Kenyan government was able to respond. They quickly organized all their networks that were on the ground. They also made sure that they wrote letters urgently to the neighboring countries like Poland to make sure that Kenyans had access to the countries, were allowed to enter into those countries. And they also made sure that the students were safe in the other countries as they prepared to come back to Kenya. Just one or two maybe recommendations for future is that all Kenyan embassies around the world should be prepared for such eventualities, and they should have readily available, at the snap of the fingers, some ground support to be able to evacuate students or workers or any Kenyan who's in that country, to be able to provide food and emergency healthcare as need be. But otherwise, I want to say thank you very much to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They should keep it up, because previously the Ministry of Foreign Affairs have been mentioned badly in such instances. So I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And well done.
Very well. Thank you. There was a promise and undertaking by the leader of majority yesterday that there will be the statement, but the person who requests the statement is not. The Honorable Gladwell Cheriot. Tungo. Tungo.
Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a crime to Mr. Honorable Chungwa to misspell my name. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And on the onset, I want to put my apologies on the floor of the House for not being able to bring the statement yesterday as promised last week. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have, on behalf of the Chair of the Energy Committee, a written statement that was sent to us by the CS, who is not available, and we were not able to sit, and that brought about the complication that we were not able to really bring a statement yesterday. Mr. Speaker, as you have understood me right, thank you for accepting my apologies. The statement goes like this. The statement is in response to questions raised by Honorable Aden Duale, MP, the Member of Parliament for Garissa Township constituency, and pursuant to the provisions of the Standing Order number 442C. In particular, the Honorable Member requested for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Energy, regarding the fuel crisis shortage across the country as a result of the delayed subsidy payment to oil marketing companies. He raised the issues as follows. 1, the person to provide the total number of oil marketing companies, that is OMC, petroleum dealers, and small oil dealers, their network distribution across the country, and the percentage shares of the market in the country. Background. 1A, Kenya relies on refined petroleum products imported through 2 import terminals, that is Kipevu Oil Terminal and Shamanzi Oil Terminal, to satisfy the demand for both the local and transit markets. B, petroleum products imported in the country are procured through the open tender system, that is OTS, which allows for equitable sharing of the common user facilities amongst the eligible oil marketing companies. The OMCs thereby enhancing competition in the importation process. C, there are currently 106 licensed oil marketing companies who participate in OTS process as their buyers, as either buyers or sellers. All the licensed OMCs are eligible to participate as sellers and supply petroleum products. 2, market share by OMC. And OMCs, for those who have forgotten, is oil marketing companies. In the calendar year 2021, approximately 432.86 cubic meters of diesel and 3,445,117.12 cubic meters of super petrol and 1,069,592.95 cubic meters of dual purpose kerosene was imported in the country. E, in the same year, approximately 2,693,499.148 cubic meters of diesel, 643,797,428 cubic meters of jet oil, 143,361,126 cubic meters of kerosene and were imported, and 2,137,745.516 cubic meters of super petrol was consumed locally. Their share of locally consumed product by marketer is as shown in the table below. The oil marketing company and the percentage market share. Vivo Energy Kenya Limited has 22.8%. Total Energies Marketing Kenya PLC has 17.4%. Rubis Kenya PLC has 9.6%. Ola Kenya Limited has 6.8%. Oryx Energies Kenya Limited 4.1%. B Energy Limited 2.8%. Tosha Petroleum Kenya Limited 2.6%. Fossil Supplies Limited 2.5%. Petro Oil Kenya Limited 2.3%. Gala Oil Limited 2.2%. Haas Petroleum Kenya Limited 2.1%. Gulf Energy Holdings Limited 1.8%. National Oil Corporation of Kenya 1.8%. Gapco Kenya Limited 1.8%. Toba Petroleum Kenya Limited 1.4%. Lexo Energy Kenya Limited 1.3%. Lake Oil Limited 1.3%. One Petroleum Limited 1.1%. Independent Petroleum Group Kenya Limited 1%. And then others, Mr. Speaker, 13.3%. G, in the current supply chain, independents, also known as resellers, are supplied with product by the listed oil marketing companies. The distribution of retail stations across the counties by marketer is as shown below. Marketer, then number of stations. Those ones which are independents, Mr. Speaker, sir, the number of stations they supply is 2,934. Vivo Energy Kenya Limited supplied 257 stations. Rubis Kenya supplied to 242 stations. Total Energies PLC, they supplied to 225 stations. NOC, which is National Oil Corporation Kenya, supply 111. Ola Energy, 107 stations. Lake Oil Limited, 49 stations. Lexo Energy Kenya Limited, 39 stations. Haas Petroleum Kenya Limited, 38 stations. Petro Oil Kenya Limited, 33 stations. Gala Oil Kenya Limited, 31 stations. River Petroleum Dealers Limited, 26 stations. B Energy Kenya Limited, 15 stations. Mogas Kenya Limited, 14 stations. Petro City Enterprises, 14. Tosha Petroleum Kenya Limited, 12. Ainu Shamisi Energy Limited, 12. Oilcom Kenya Limited, 11. Astro, 11. Starbucks International, 9. Blue Sky Energy, 8. Lukewarm Petroleum Limited, 8. Oryx Energies, 8. Hela Petroleum, 7. After Petroleum Kenya Limited, 7. Texas Energy Limited, 6 stations. Regno Oil Limited, 6 stations. Eagle, 5 stations. Leadway Petroleum, 4 stations. Eled Oil Petroleum, 4 stations. Bushra Energy, 4. Bachulal, 4 stations. Wells Oil Limited, 3 stations. The list continues. Costalina Energy, 2. Olympic Petroleum Limited, 2. Petro Kenya, 1. OMC, 1. Grand total, 4,270 petrol stations. H, the distribution of retail stations by county as shown below. Nairobi County, number of stations, 324. Nakuru County, 230. Kiambu County, 208. Uasin Gishu County, 181. Meru County, 173 stations. Machakos County, 165 stations. Kakamega County, 139. Mombasa County, 138. Bungoma County, 136 stations. Kilifi County, 135 stations. Kisii County, 122 stations. Trans Nzoia County, 119 stations. Kajiado County, 117 stations. Kirinyaga County, 112 stations. Kisumu County, 107 stations. Moranga, 106. Kitui, 93. Homa Bay County, 96. Kericho County, 92. Nandi County, 92. Migori County, 91. Siaya County, 91. Makueni County, 91 stations. Bomet County, 90. Busia County, 84 stations. Embu County, 81 stations, Mr. Speaker. Narok County, 81 stations. Nyeri County, 75 stations. Nyamira County, 69 stations. Laikipia County, 67 stations. Kwale County, 56 stations. Tharaka Nithi County, 54 stations. Nyandarua County, 53 stations. Vihiga County, 52 stations. Elgeyo Marakwet County, 49 stations. Turkana County, 40 stations. Baringo County, 40 stations. Taita Taveta County, 39 stations. West Pokot County, 35. Lamu, 30. Tana River, 21. Wajir, 20. Marsabit, 19. Samburu, 17. Garissa County, 17 stations. Isiolo County, 12 stations. Mandera, 11. Total, 4,270 stations. Roman 2, could the person provide the total amount of money collected under the fuel levy fund from September 2021 to date? Mr. Speaker, in July 2020, the petroleum levy for super petrol and diesel was increased from Kenya shillings 0.40 to Kenya shillings 5.40 via legal notice number 124 of 2020, with the objective of creating a petroleum pump price stabilization fund, among other functions. The escalating prices, Mr. Speaker, of petroleum in the global markets post-COVID-19 recovery period caused the fund to be used in stabilization of prices beginning from the April-May 2021 pricing cycle. The National Treasury is in charge of collection of the fund and is the ideal entity to avail data on the amounts collected. Roman 3, could the chairperson provide a breakdown of this reimbursement levy per month from September 2021 to date and reimbursement due to be paid to the oil marketing companies, OMC, petroleum dealers, and small oil dealers? The following table shows the total amounts paid for stabilization of fuel pump prices from April-May 2021 cycle to date. Mr. Speaker, the table below, that is, has pricing per month, stabilization amounts in shillings, the amount paid, and the variance. 15 to 14 May 2021, there was 1,448,818,516.2 cents. Amount paid was the same, that is 1,448,818,516.20. Variance remained to be 0. On 15 May to 14 June 2021, Mr. Speaker, Stabilization amounts paid was 190,990,400.25. And amount paid is the same, Mr. Speaker, 190,990,404.25. The variance, Mr. Speaker, again is 0. Mr. Speaker, unless you guide, I realize that the table will show stabilization of amounts, an amount paid to be the same and variance to be 0 in the whole table for the whole months up to February 2022, unless you guide that I have to read all the figures. But the only one, Mr. Speaker, that has some variance is in the month of February 15th date to 14th March 2022, where 8 billion was paid, 8,424,318,090.26 was the amount, and the amount paid was 2,428,911,336.35, where the variance now here is 5,995,406,754.27. Mr. Speaker, the next one is on 15 March to 14 April 2022. Mr. Speaker, the amount was 8,527,301,592.84. Amount paid, Mr. Speaker, here was 0. And the variance remained to be the same, 8,527,301,592.84. Total outstanding, Mr. Speaker, in the variance and paid money is 14,522,708,347.11. Mr. Speaker, this is the total stabilization amount. And before that, stabilization paid by the government to OMCs was 117,167.47. And so, Mr. Speaker, the total stabilization amount payable is 49,164,825,514.60. Mr. Speaker, as you may note from the table above, the government has compensated total of 34 Kenya shillings 34 billion 642,117,167.49 from the Petroleum Development Levy, that is PDL kitty. The total stabilization cost that the government has committed in writing to pay oil marketing companies from April to May 2021 to March, April 2022 is Kenya shillings 49 billion 164,825,514.60, of which Kenya shillings 34 billion 642,117,167.49 has been paid, including 8.2 billion paid on Monday, 4th April 2022. Today, the total outstanding amount owed to OMC, that is oil marketing companies, is 14 billion 522,708,347.11 and is committed to be paid before the next pricing cycle. Roman 4. Could the chairperson explain the measures put in place by the government to curb fuel crisis in the country. Mr. Speaker, the answer given here is the country has adequate stocks to cater for both local and additional regional demand. As of today, we have adequate stocks in Kenya pipeline system and ships waiting to discharge additional products. The table below shows the stock holding in all Kenya pipeline companies, KPC, depots, and the ships that are waiting to discharge in the next 2 weeks. Mr. Speaker, physical stock position of Kenya Pipeline Company deposits on 0604-2022 at 00 hours is as follows. Physical stock position at KPC depots on 6 April 2022. Station JKIA by volume cubic meters and the days. Nairobi, the cubic meters available in 17 days is 52,604. That is in Nakuru, Mr. Speaker, we have 3,095 for 2 days. Kerosene, Mr. Speaker, is 1,861 cubic meters in 48 days. Ergo, that is 10,114 in 8 days. Nakuru, Eldoret, sorry, the stock days are 3. The cubic volumes is 8,944. The kerosene is 1,269 days. And then, Mr. Speaker, jet had 141 in 0 days. There was no other stock. Kisumu, 7,274 in 4 days. For MIA, Mr. Speaker, the PS12 here, the station, yes, it has 57,842 cubic meters in 6 days. Yeah, only 6. And then KOSF stocks was only 46,415 cubic meters in 5 days. KPRL stocks of 18 days, 5 days, for 6,415. Global, that is KPC now. It had 176,179 cubic meters in 18 days. Mr. Speaker, these cubic meters were shown on 6th of April 2022, noting that today is on 13th, to not show exactly what could be happening today. Mr. Speaker, vessels scheduled to berth in the next 2 weeks, grade and nominated cubic volumes, vessel name, import type, remarks. PMS, 61,277 cubic meters, that is Mount Sloan Square, and import type is PMS KO5/22, Asharami. Remarks, discharging. The Ergo, Mr. Speaker, is 108,527 cubic meters. Mount, that is the vessel, is Mount Front Cheetah. Ergo, that is the import type, SO8/2022, that is Oryx. That is the company. That time it was to berth the next day. Jet A1, the nominated volumes was 107 8,843. The vessel name is Mount Swarma, that is Jayanti. The type of import is Jet A1, KO5/2022, Oryx. That was to part on 10th. PMS is, the volumes were 120,934 cubic meters, and the vessel name is Mount Rong Ling 1. Import type is PMS K06/2022 Asharami, and it was to berth on 15th. That is a day after tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, as with regard to compensation, we are working with National Treasury to fast-track the payment of the oil marketing companies within the stipulated timelines without delays. Mr. Speaker, the fifth one is Roman. Could the chairperson explain plans put in place by the government to ensure that petroleum dealers make the current situation as short and unrestrictive as possible? We have engaged with both Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya Pipeline Company, and oil marketing companies to load extra hours, including truck loadings over the weekend, to ensure that all the stations are stocked. Roman 6, would the person explain why the National Treasury had stalled the processing of the petroleum products, that is taxes, levies, that's Amendment Bill 2021? The answer given, Mr. Speaker, by the CS is we are not aware of the petroleum products, that is taxes and levies, Amendment Bill 2021, and the National Treasury would be a better placed position to explain. Roman 7, could the chairperson explain the position of the government on the inadequacy of fuel in the country and the contingent measures put in place by the government in the case of a prolonged Russia-Ukraine crisis? As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Ports Authority has constructed a new jetty referred to as Kipevu Oil Terminal, that is COT 2. Completion of the jetty requires connection to the existing tanks at the Kipevu Oil Storage Facility, that is KOSF. The requirement necessitated the decommissioning of the tanks of Kipevu Oil Storage Facility and were therefore not in use. In this regard, it was therefore inevitable to discharge a ship in one go, making it difficult for Kenya Pipeline Company to distribute products in line with the demand requirements. It's, however, worth noting that both Kenya Pipeline and Kenya Ports Authority are in their final stages of commissioning the new jetty of Kipevu 2. Actions from the Ministry of Petroleum. 1, Mr. Speaker, they are enforcing the selling of petroleum products to oil sellers to ensure that independent oil dealers access products and sell at the prevailing pump price. Number 2, relocating of capacity of OMCs who are selling to the local market by removing the capacity from those that declared them as transit. And 3, there is a spike in demand, and we are working with oil marketing companies to ensure that we schedule additional imports to cater for the shortfall. With regard to the petition raised by the Secretary General of the Consumer Federation of Kenya, Mr. Stephen Mutoro, attached, please find our response to as shared with the Clerk of the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, I am going to talk on behalf of the Chair of Energy Committee and say that, Mr. Speaker, we have received this written report. We have not met with the CS to really sit with him and interrogate this report. We are looking forward to again continue to seek for a date and reschedule to meet him, so that, Mr. Speaker, basing on this report we are reading here, we may not be in a very good position to defend some of the answers she has given. And Mr. Speaker, sir, it is prudent that the members know that the report has been written and we have not sat with the CS to be able to really come up with the right answers to this crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, sorry, honourable members. In view of what I can see, the Honourable Richard Nyaga Katongi is walking away. Let me rearrange so that we will revisit. We'll go back to this, but allow me to clear some issues here, which require quorum. Because I'm sure. Yeah, we now have. I've been counting, even with the absence of the Honourable Nyaga Katongi. But I want to. Yes, we want to. Let's just clear this bit before we go to this, because I know it would take some little bit more time on this, and I can see a number who are going to go out very soon. When you see me looking at you, don't think I am just trying to identify those who appear like they could walk out very, especially around there. And I know those ones who sit there, the ones who sit, they don't like coming in front. I don't know why. So, oh yes, except the Honorable Danita Gatti and the Honorable Tim Wanyonyi. So, Honour members, allow me to rearrange so that we can clear the bit on the order number 8 and number 9. Proceed, clerk.
Order number 8, motion. Report of the Committee of the Whole House on its consideration of the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020. Question to be put and that reading.
Oh, we have. Yeah, honour members, let's just, can Sergeant at Arms just confirm that yes, there are some you can't see, whom I'm able to see from here. Just bring those that are relaxing out there. Now we have. Very well. Now we. Oh, the ones who are coming in are also coming in and going out. Let's wait for the member for. Is that the member for Narok South or Gatanga? The member for Narok South, is it? Member for Lab? Oh, member for Laffey. So honor members, including the, the Honorable Jennifer Shamala, honor members, let's just clear this business. You completed consideration of this business in the committee of the whole House, and therefore I put the question, which is that this House do agree with the report of the committee of the whole House on its consideration of the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Yeah. Yeah. Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Abdul Karim Osman to second. Thank you.
Member for Fafi.
Member for Fafi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I second.
Oh, I see. You seconded and nothing more useful to add. Other members, I therefore propose a question, which is that the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, be now read at that time. I therefore put the question on our members, having confirmed that we still quote that the coffee bill, Senate Bill number 22 of 2020, be now read at that time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research Institute, to provide for the role of the national and county governments, to provide for the regulation, development, and promotion of coffee industry, and for connected purposes.
Next.
Order number 9, the Huduma Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2021, second reading. Question to be put.
Honourable members, again, the record shows that debate on this bill was concluded this morning and on the morning sitting. What remained is for the question to be put, which I hereby do, that the Huduma Bill, National Assembly Bill number 57 of 2021, be read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for a primary law on civil registration and legal identification management, establishment of the National Integrated Identity Management System, provide for the enrollment into NIMS, assigning of the Huduma number, and issuance of legal identity documents, facilitate the registration of births and deaths, promote the efficient delivery of public services, and for connected purposes.
Very well. Yes, what's your point of order now? Honorable Ishongwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I rise on standing order number 124, Honorable Speaker, in relation to business listed on the order paper as order number 9, which you've just concluded, and order number 10-2, Honorable Speaker, and without preempting Honorable Speaker, we have just finished with the second reading. If you can protect me from the loud noise from the leader of majority, Honorable Speaker. And he has this habit of shouting at people while they're addressing the Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I said on standing order number 124, Honorable Speaker, you know, we cannot, within the same sitting, except, of course, as has been rightly put on page 603 of the order paper, with the leave of the House move to a third stage, from the second to the third stage of a bill without leave of the House, Honorable Speaker. And I was just begging your indulgence, Honorable Speaker, because we have now changed the order of business, Honorable Speaker, that even at the time we seek to have leave of the House, Honorable Speaker, that we would want to object to having that leave of the House, Honorable Speaker, and I do believe many members would want to have amendments to this particular bill. And a bill whose debate was concluded only at around 1 p.m., the question has just been put, Honorable Speaker. It is not fair to Kenyans and even to us as legislators to rush us. And there is nothing to rush into on this Huduma bill unless there is something sinister. Honorable Speaker, I would beg to ask either the Leader of Majority withdraws this, Honorable Speaker, now that we are already heading there, or according to Standing Order number 124, Honorable Speaker, has read together with Standing Order number 2, that I get the support of at least 5 members to object to getting the leave of the House on that particular bill, Honorable Speaker, so that we have time to be able to look into all issues that we may want to amend, Honorable Speaker. And you know, Honorable Speaker, again in line with Standing Order 131, there may be many amendments that may also need to go back to the committee for consideration, and it is not fair, and it is not proper legislation, Honorable Speaker, to be rushing some of these things, Honorable Speaker. And I think, Honorable Speaker, I have more than enough.
Well, Honourable members, I imagine the members standing are the ones in support of the Honourable Kimani Ichung'wah, that we do not move to consideration of the Huduma bill shown in order number 10, and it's very clearly indicated on the other paper that is with the leave of the House. So your being upstanding is to indicate that you are refusing.
Yes.
You therefore deny that leave.
Yes.
Automatically, then that business will be taken out from will not be considered, will not be proceeded with.
Thank you,
And I
Speaker.
think also, let us be fair also, because debate just ended this morning, I think it's fair that we allow members sufficient time, those who have amendments. And let me just say, I myself have received written representations, and I think it's much neater if we don't rush, so that all points of views are canvassed. Because I've seen letters which have been written to the Speaker, and I don't deal with it. There's no way I can respond to them because I'm not the one responsible. So that the committee will have an opportunity to also consider some of those representations that have come. And given also that it has been reported to me that there are very few of you who contributed to this bill, even in the morning. 7 of you. 7. 4 members. Yeah, so 4 members did the whole morning. Yes, Honorable Duale.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is very, very important, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand on Standing Order 133-2. Mr. Speaker, this standing order allows members to give notice of amendments 24 hours before the Committee of the Whole House. Speaker, where a bill is read a second time on the same day, proceeds to committee, it violates, Mr. Speaker, and let me say it violates Standing Order 132 and limits the right of members to propose amendments to a bill. Speaker, even if we are coming at the tail end of this Tolof Parliament, Speaker, don't allow our rights to be curtailed. I really want to indulge you. This bill is so important, and we can rush it the way we rushed BBI. And you know what the fate of the BBI. We can rush this bill, and then, and I can speak from experience, that there are many times we want to to ask you, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is given due consideration. This bill even goes through the Standing Order 131 on winnowing, so that we get a complete bill that befits. Mr. Speaker, members don't know. This bill is deleting the whole immigration department. It is. It is, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking from the bill. We can't talk about amendments. We have not reached the committee of the whole house. On the face of it, this bill is completely changing the whole registration citizenship. Speaker, some of us come from areas that border other countries. Our people have been victims, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, today as we talk, the whole immigration in Nyaya House is going to be completely a different institution if this bill passes the way it is. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to indulge you that you give us time, we go do amendments, and we can deal with the committee of the whole house when we resume after 3 weeks, Mr. Speaker. We really want to ask you, why are we in a hurry? We are agreed with the election laws. Mr. Speaker, there are better issues this house can deal with, like fuel, like the budget, like the finance bill. The Speaker, members sitting here come from constituents, Honorable Abdi Karim, Honorable Fatuma Gedi, who was the vice chair. And I've just told her, when the rubber meets the road, Fatuma Gedi, my good sister, you stand with the people of Wajir. Forget about the vice chair of security. Forget about the government that you purport. Stand with your people. This bill, Fatuma, is bad for our people. It's bad for those who come from border. This bill is bad for the immigration department, which is run very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honour members, I know it's towards the tail end of the 12th Parliament, but let's not just allow all manner of things to happen. If you don't like something that somebody is saying, just press your intervention button, so that then I give you a chance to say what you don't like, what you want to say. Honourable Wenebaya.
Okay. On the same standing orders espoused by Honorable Duale, this bill, if passed, locks out all the stateless people in this country, that they will never belong to the Kenyan state. And for that purpose, I think we need time so that we are able to bring the amendments to include the stateless people. There are very many. There are over 10 stateless communities in this country. And this bill, if passed by this House, the way it is, will lock out the Pemba, will lock out the Shona, will lock out the Makonde, will lock out the Wata, it will lock out even the Malakote. Everybody that is stateless will be locked out and can never belong to this state of this country and will never achieve or be given services as this bill pertains to say. So, Mr. Speaker, as this bill tries to withdraw the identity card and brings in the Huduma number, we would like at that level, even the stateless people in this country, be included and be part of the citizenship of this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me just find out, because I'm surprised that the chairman of the committee that dealt with the bill is just relaxing. He's on his phone. I don't know whether he's reading messages from, is it from some admirers out there in the village, or is it about messages that are being sent about the bill? Because I expected the chairman of the committee to be the one telling us, no, we have done this and this and this, so that member, you can even, through the information you give, Honorable Mwadhi, you could actually array the fears, any fears that anybody may be having. Perhaps, Honorable Mwadhi, let me just give you the chance, because I'm sure you know everything about the bill. No, Honorable Ishongwa. Honorable Ishongwa, let's allow the Honorable Mwadhi to, maybe what he's going to like to tell us could actually allay any fears that anybody may be having. Honorable Mwadhi, please.
Give me the mic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, Honorable Speaker, I am listening to those who are asking. The leave of the House, honestly, yes, that we can accept. But in terms of what the bill seeks to do, the committee has done thorough work. It has done a report. It has even recommended for amendments which are in line with what I'm listening. So, and the report was tabled long time ago. So if members wanted to add some more amendments from that report, then they should have done so. So I think all this is just, Honorable Speaker, the point is that the amendments are there. The bill was published long time. It has been in existence. It has appeared in the order paper for a long time. It's just a matter of wasting time. And I think this House, Honorable Speaker, is duty bound to do its work without having to wait for 3 weeks. People are asking for 3 weeks. It has been on the order paper for more than 3 weeks. Honorable Speaker, I think it behoves of you to give direction to this House, especially regarding whether we should stop business because some people have not read. If they haven't, let those who have read deal with the matter. But Honorable Speaker, I laid a report here. The bill has been there. The amendments by the committee are even speaking to what the matters, especially of stateless. It is us who picked the issue of stateless. I dealt with his stateless people. And I have a report and recommendation, which he was very happy about. We have put it in the report of the committee. And now he wants to bring amendments. I don't know whether you even know what the committee has put as amendments for stateless people. So let them read the report tonight, and we can process the bill as soon as possible. But you can't ask for 3 weeks. For 3 weeks for people who have not read, Honorable Speaker. If people have been in the campaign trail, let them know I have been sitting here, and you know it, Honorable Speaker. Every time I'm required to be here, I am here so that I can deal with business, and I also have politics to deal with. So I take this business here, Honorable Speaker. The business of this House, I take it as first priority. And then I do the rest things. Because, yes, because this is for the people of Limuru. Exactly. What I'm doing here is to ensure that the people of Limuru and indeed the people of Kenya get services smoothly. That is why this bill is going to help Kenyans. And if you want to curtail the passage of the bill, you're actually curtailing what the people of Kenya should get. You should be persuaded.
Very well, very well. Honourable members, that is why I needed to hear the chair of the committee. Except, of course, it is only fair that since I am the chair, since I'm the chairman of the House Business Committee, I also have a duty to tell the House the truth. That actually we put this bill on the order paper so as to force the committee to know that we need this bill here. And on a number of occasions, you are next to the leader of majority and the majority whip. They know, because I'm the chairman. The Honorable Sotsi is a member of the committee. You know, it is good when you open your mouth, especially when I'm on the chair. Please be careful, because fortunately for me, I have my facts on my fingertips. We have been keeping this bill. We are putting this bill on the order paper, so as to force you, the committee, to move with speed. I'm happy that actually you did that. What we set out to achieve as House Business Committee has been achieved, because we set out to make sure that we force you to move with speed, which you did. So we succeeded as House Business Committee. However, Honorable Mwadhi, I think it is not right to say that we need to move now with lightning speed merely because we have moved with this. I don't even know how it happened that it was being proposed that you proceed to committee of the whole House. You know, it is not fair. This was not fair. If debate concluded at 1 or the morning sitting, to put the bill now in the order paper for committee of the whole House, obviously what was going to happen is several members will not have had the opportunity to propose amendments, including amendments that could easily agree with the ones you have proposed. You see, because you have proposed amendments, but members, this document, this supplementary order paper was prepared just this afternoon. It was prepared this afternoon because debate ended in the morning sitting. So, you see, obviously, we were going to take several members, and let's be fair, we are going to take several members by surprise. It may well be, Honorable Madi, as you say, that you captured the issues raised by the Honorable Owen Baya, and maybe several other issues other members are raising. But you see, nobody has had the time now to go through and perhaps agree or disagree with your proposed amendments. Honorable Madi.
Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, let me be clear that I said if the leave of the House is denied to deal with committee of this, the whole House today, I have no problem.
It was denied. That one was
Yes,
denied.
and I have no problem. The only thing is, the one I have a problem with is saying that they need time. I don't know whether to go through what people are debating, or is it to read the report, which I laid last week. It has been there. It is not today. The bill has been there, Honorable Speaker. The report was done. That report in itself contains the amendments which are speaking to some of the issues which are raised. Now, the issue is, what time do we require? If I laid the report last week, what time do we require then for members to read a report that is that size? And yes, they are contained therein. The amendments for the committee are contained in that report, which I tabled. And the bill itself, like you have rightly said, has been in the order paper for a long time, meaning that they have read the principal bill, that proposal, and then they have read the report together with our amendment. At that point, I'm sure members should have started suggesting which amendments to make. So if I put my, I laid the report, can you protect me, Honorable Speaker, from the shouting member for Kikuyu? He keeps on shouting. I don't know, and heckling. I don't know why he must heckle. And Honorable Speaker, I don't know why you give him so much latitude. You should let me discuss the issue. If you're not happy, you can take your space. So, Honorable Speaker, I'm asking, if I laid the report last week, what further time do we require? It's been a week already, and that report, as I said, and I want to repeat again, that it has the amendments proposed by the committee. So is it that the members have not read the report? And I think you need to give direction without having to listen to people who just want to delay some process.
Let me even the Honorable Diana Molo has a point of order. Looks like again you're on a mic that, sorry, mic is not.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, my point first is that, and I was here this morning when we had the debate on the bill, and there are members, like now shouting the highest, like the Honorable Sankok, who supported the bill wholeheartedly. All of them. And praised it and did everything. Honorable Baya, please. Yes. Now, they are the ones now shouting in the presence of others who are not here as if debate was curtailed. And in all honesty, debate was not curtailed. So the first point, Mr. Speaker, is to give you a direction. Do we kill the processes merely because there are members who are absent who feel that they were not heard? Because everything that I'm hearing is not so much about process, it's about the content, and they were not here. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is your direction in terms of how to determine the leave of the House. Where something needs to be done with the leave of the House, is it determined by majority or minority? Because only 7 people I saw stand to support that idea. So, because the rules have always been, of course, is it to be determined that leaves mean unanimity of everyone, so that if it's objected by one person, it cannot move? Because unless that is the Honorable Ichungwa is really behaving as if he's in a marketplace. We were all quiet when he was speaking. And he's a ranking member. He should surely allow others to speak. Because if you are right, your point will sail through. You don't have to shout. So my point, Honorable Speaker, is, do we determine leave of the House by requiring that there must be unanimous decision on it, or is it simply on the determination by the Speaker? Because it appears to me that the majority would have wanted, to go in that way. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the guidance you've given in terms of what the House Business Committee did, because it is true that bills should not stay in committees forever, especially those that need to be fast-tracked. But when then they've taken the move and brought it to the floor of the House, I thought it's in keeping with that decision that it is moved fast, not to again stall it on the floor of the House. So I'm getting confused in terms of what the House Business Committee actually intended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, no. What's your point of order? Honorable Shomwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, maybe just to inform my good friend and colleague, Honorable Tienda Molo. Leave of the House, Honorable Speaker, and I'll just read for him standing order number 2. Leave of the House means there being no objection by any member, either with the sympathy of the Speaker or with the support of at least 5 other members. And being a good and accomplished lawyer, and the standing orders are in very simple English, I thought it would be very easy for the Honorable Tender Molo to understand that. But Honorable Speaker, and also to the chair of the committee, Honorable Speaker, it's completely out of order for the chair of the committee to be imputing improper motive on any member who has risen to his place, like the Honorable Owen Bayer, to speak to some of the issues and the amendments. And the Honorable Chair is misleading the House that indeed amendments were in the report. And we know, Honorable Speaker, amendments become amendments of the House once they are approved by the office of the Speaker and published on the order paper. The amendments on this order paper are only published when this order paper was published last night. Therefore, it is completely misleading for the chair to be misleading the House and Kenyans out there who do not know that maybe the Honorable Owen Bayer or any other member had not read the report. We read, and that is why members want time to be able to propose amendments and even to be able to offer your committee an opportunity to even do winnowing of some of the amendments that probably could be similar to the amendments that you have proposed here. Therefore, if, Honorable Speaker, now that the leave of the House has been denied, it is only fair that the chair ceases being too emotional on this matter and allows the House, because this legislation is to be legislated by the House, not by his committee, not by the member for Limuru. It is for posterity and for the benefit of Kenyans. He may not be aware that even members within his own committee are proposing further amendments to the committee's amendments. In fact, I was shocked when the vice chair, Honorable Gedi, behind here, was telling us that I never agreed. I never signed. I have not signed. And I don't know whether she has signed the report or not, or she was speaking in response to the issues that have been raised. But indeed, there are issues, Honorable Speaker, that the chair and the leader of majority must desist from rushing us into a process that will not be beneficial to the people of Kenya. And the issues of statelessness, as have been raised, don't just affect the people in Kilifi. I have constituents in Kabete, in Mugoga, some in the Honorable Muavi's constituency, the Shona community, that has now moved to Rironi, in Keno, here in Hurlingham, the Shona community is there, Honorable Speaker. And as much as we have addressed some of the issues that we do not want to be rushed into, unless you have other ulterior motives that you are not telling the people of Kenya.
Let me hear the member for Saku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we have heard your guidance on this bill. I think this is not an ordinary bill. The content of this bill will have very serious ramifications on the Republic of Kenya and citizenry. If you just look at one clause, clause 70, it talks about rafts of issues. Registration of adoption, registration of marriages, public pension, registration of taxpayers, licensing of drivers, national health insurance, national social security, refugees and asylum seekers, public labor records. Honorable Speaker, I like the way you have stopped this thing. If you look at this house, it is not your doing. Most of the members are out in their constituencies campaigning. But when this law is passed, and some of them will come back to be members of this August House, they will have a raft of issues to deal with. For that reason, the bill no longer belongs to the Committee of Security. It belongs to the House. The House will decide on how to proceed. Mr. Speaker, while you have rushed them to bring the report, I think they should not rush us to pass the bill. The bill must be soberly debated, and some of the issues must be canvassed. The issue of citizenry is so important. For those of us who are coming from border communities, to get an ID card for even the son of Honorable Russell takes not less than 6 months. That is a lot of time. What about the ordinary citizen, John and Amina? It takes 2 years, 3 years. For that reason, Honorable Speaker, this is not an ordinary bill. This is about the Constitution, because people will go out there and under Chapter 6, under Bill of Rights, people are going to challenge this bill in a big way. And this House must proceed with caution. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Now, Honorable Sankok, you said you are mentioned, but you appear to be comfortable. You are mentioned to have supported
adversely by Honorable Otendo Omolo. And from his argument, if this is the type of lawyers that were promoting BBI, no wonder it was put null and void and unconstitutional.
Please,
Honorable Speaker, I sympathize
let's deal with the issues
with those who trusted him in BBI. So, Honorable Speaker, I was in this House when we were discussing, and we did not say that we don't support the Huduma bill. We are not saying that. We are saying that it was completed, the second reading was completed at 1:05. In fact, we went beyond the required time, the National Assembly time, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, from that time, and I think, Honorable Speaker, you should protect me from the majority leader, Honorable Kimunya from Kipiripiri. Let me assure you, I can only be guided by Honorable, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Right Honorable His Excellency Justin Muturi, but not any other hecklers around me. So from today onwards, allow me to be there. You cannot tell me, step down, talk like this. No, she telling me she as if I'm your girlfriend. Honorable Speaker, now, I was here and we support the bill. But I have said that when we have a second reading, it will enrich what will come up with in terms of a committee of the whole House. If it is only between 1 hour, when will we have the members' contribution so that we can enrich and we can use the members' contribution to come up with the amendment, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very clear, according to our standing order, that the leave of the House can be, 124, can be denied only by one member with sympathy from the Speaker or one member supported by 5 other members. It did that. So why is the Honorable Otiende want to amend our standing order when it is still not time? So, Honorable Speaker, I think you have ruled, and we like your ruling, and we thank you for that.
Now, let me hear from the member for Seme.
Speaker, the issue here was simple and straightforward. There was standing order that was quoted, and there was a process of providing leave of the House, and those process went on. Mr. Speaker, what is now happening, we are back to second reading of the bill. We are discussing the contents of the bill. this is not the time to discuss the contents of the bill. This is the time to go by the procedure of the House in terms of leave of the House and in terms of the standing orders. And Mr. Speaker, what I'm seeing, there is some kind of institutional filibustering that is coming into this House, and the people who know very well what should happen just want to buy time and stop important processes of going into the House. And Mr. Speaker, I think it's within your powers to actually curtail that. This matter, you finished it nearly half an hour ago. Why is still going on? Mr. Speaker, take charge of this and let the process be curtailed, and we go on with other duties of the House.
Now, when the member for Kitui South.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, you gave us very good guidance, and you followed Standing Order 124, and we would like to appreciate the guidance. Mr. Speaker, is it in order for the Honorable Sankok to call us hecklers and says that these hecklers around me, Honorable Speaker, and also we have been following this afternoon, Mr. Speaker, some of our colleagues have been shouting to the Leader of Majority from seated where he is. They have been saying that they are being disturbed. Mr. Speaker, protect us from the Leader of Majority. And I've not seen the Leader of Majority doing anything. He has been seated on his seat, and he has not done anything. Honorable Speaker, this is really, we are being mistreated, Honorable Speaker. And these members, especially the ones around the Leader of Majority, they are really harassing him, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am actually objecting us being called hecklers. Honorable Ichungwa is the one, Ichungwa is the one who is really shouting that, at his highest point, with the highest voice shouting that the Leader of Majority is harassing him, even when he's quiet, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, we are not a class number one. And Mr. Speaker, you have been very kind. Please also protect us from these members, especially the ones who are seated around the Leader of Majority. Around us, Honorable Speaker. Yeah, this area, Honorable Speaker, is the worst.
Honorable Kaki Nyamai. Honorable Rachel Nyamai Kaki. You spoke very well, but I was waiting for you to go for what is normally called the killer punch, but you did not. I thought after explaining all what you did, you are going to demand or require that somebody be required to withdraw and apologize. But you have sat down, so no. Now, let me give the member for Wajir South. Wajir County, sorry.
Mr. Speaker, everybody had Sankok say hecklers. Mr. Speaker.
Please, can I encourage you, honorable members?
Is he in order?
No, just a minute. I'm not going to. Honor members, can I encourage you to adopt the style of referring to each other as honorable members? So that, that's how we will begin with the decorum. So that the member for Wajir County is the Honorable Fatuma Gedi. You know I religiously do that. So please,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm guided. Mr. Speaker, is Honorable Sankok in order to call us hecklers when he knows we are honorable members of this House? Can he withdraw or apologize, Mr. Speaker? Because we are not hecklers, we are honorable members of this House. Thank you.
Honorable Sankok, can you withdraw? You refer to members around you as hecklers.
I never mentioned any member, Honorable Speaker. And a heckler is somebody who talks back at you when you are talking. And Honorable Kimunya have that habit of talking back to members when they are talking. When, Honorable Speaker, you gave me a chance to talk, he looked back and told me, shh. The last time we heard shh was people calling their girlfriend. So, Honorable Speaker, you should tell him not to talk back at us. Honorable Speaker, and...
Honorable Sankok, all that when it happens, you should raise it as a point of order. Now, to the extent that you refer to the members around you as hecklers, that is unparliamentary, and you should withdraw.
Honorable Speaker, because I respect you so much, Honorable Speaker, because
you know, Honorable Millie Odhiambo,
sure.
No, you cannot be shouting. Actually, you are shouting at the Honorable Sankok.
I've said,
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, please. It cannot, what is good for the goose must be good for the gander.
Yes.
So now don't protect me when you are seated. Don't. Honorable Sankok, please proceed. Let's clear this.
Because of the respect that I have for you, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable, our Speaker, who have led us without any passion, with a lot of diligence, and with a wisdom that can only be equated with the biblical Solomonic wisdom. I withdraw whatever I said, and I apologize because the facts are there, and I have withdrawn those facts so that I can massage their ego.
Now, are we not able to proceed? No, then we can proceed with other business. No, you know, let's not help him. Don't help him, because if you help him, Honorable Duale, what?
No, Mr. Speaker, I really want to beg Honorable Sankok that yes, you have a lot of respect for the Speaker, and based on that you are withdrawn. But you must also have respect for the standing order and for the dignity of the House. We want you to have dignity for the House. We respect, yes, we respect our Speaker, but you know, the moment that the Speaker told you to withdraw, the Speaker represents the whole House. I really want to ask you humbly that you say, yes, I did it for the Speaker, but again, based on the respect I have for the House and for my colleagues, I withdraw and apologize. That's more better. It's more decent.
Now, you see, we are the tail end. Now, if one person raises on a point of order, you can't also say you are right. And please.
I have respect for all honorable members. I withdraw and apologize.
That matter should now come to. No, the Honorable Mwadi, I think let's leave this one. Now, this is my final instruction on this matter. Now, you know, the way to seek to speak is to press the intervention button. But with regard to this matter, please, not when I'm. With regard to this matter, leave of the House have been denied. I also order that, Honorable Cheruiyot, if you want to talk to people on phone, go out. Now, this is mannerless. I will, honour members, I direct that the clerk will provide me with the proposed amendments, the proposed committee amendments, which I had not myself seen, so that I see whether to approve them as they are all or direct otherwise. Because it is true that they were just put in the order paper, they have not passed through my office. I haven't seen, I haven't gone through. It's not right for me to just have them put here. I will have to approve them. That is the procedure. Yeah. So, please, you must have your card. I'm looking here, I don't see your card. Yes, Honorable Rosa Buyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to bring it to the Speaker's attention that we do not have the prerequisite quorum to continue with business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, very well.
Standing.
Just count.
And standing order, man. Standing order.
But we will continue with the fuel statement.
Do we have the, do we have? No signed. No signed by anybody. This lady doesn't move. Just check whether there is quorum, and if there isn't, ring the quorum bell. The Honorable Rosa has, I believe you needed to say something for on record today. Very well. Ring the quorum bell. You are short by 11. No, you don't go out. You don't go out. Honorable Shakil, don't go. Very well. Honour members, now we have a quorum. We proceed with business. There was the statement read by the Vice Chair of Energy Committee. We go back to that one. The statement read by the Vice Chair of Energy Committee. Yes, Honorable Duale, you are the one who saw the statement.
Mr. Speaker, I really want to thank the Vice Chair, but Mr. Speaker, before even I go further, Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. And the answer given to me, the document given to me by the Vice Chair, doesn't have any government logo. The coat of arms is not been signed by any minister, not been signed by a PS. So, Mr. Speaker, I will give you first to see whether this document is admissible. Then I can interrogate, but I don't think whether I can interrogate this document the way it is.
Sorry, Honour members, this one, I think the House cannot begin to engage on this one. Honourable Cheriot, where did this one come from? It is not. It has not. It has no signature. Nobody owns it. We don't know whether it is from government. It is on a plain sheet of paper. Nobody has signed it. So this information is from where now? The House cannot begin to debate this. This document, this one is inadmissible, please. Please don't give us this kind of thing. Yeah, so sorry, Honorable Cheriot, this one you can take back to sender. Return to sender this one. Because we don't know really. And next time when anybody is giving you a document, if it's from government, please make sure that because this one now doesn't be, nobody can take ownership of this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'll make sure when it's coming back next it is admissible in this House.
Yes. So it needs to be on
yes.
On official
document.
Yes.
Letterhead.
And at least it must be signed by somebody. And for us in Parliament, we said, following the Constitution, by either a Cabinet Secretary or a Principal Secretary.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Not those other amorphous bodies, within our constitutional arrangements.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
When are you able to bring?
Mr. Speaker, this, because it is only the authenticity and the signing and the letterhead, it can be done as early as even tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, very well, very well, very well. Thank you, thank you. At least you've made this is reasonable effort.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We need to thank you.
Okay.
There's, honourable members, then we move to the next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
I don't know, members, even as we go to Committee of the Whole House, you will only consider what appears in Roman 1, that is the National Electronic Single Window System Bill. Then we move to Roman 3, Children's Bill. What do you mean? One of Millie. Which one? One of Millie. Is it of this, the business, children's bill? Okay, maybe I think it's only fair we listen to one of Millie. I know you have been very passionate about this nature of bill. Give her. And I think it's fair that I direct from the chair that the clerk brings, as the House proceeds on the short recess, that these problems be sorted out.
Thank you.
Honorable Sotsi has always raised this issue about the quality of ICT in the chamber. It's very clear that there are some mics here which are not functional. Proceed, Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me, especially after you had actually risen. I really do appreciate. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to raise an issue based on an earlier decision you had made in relation, I think, to the Huduma bill, which may also impact on this. Yesterday, we had an informal discussion based on a decision that had been made by the Speaker, and we agreed that I bring amendments. I was sending my amendments at midnight yesterday, and I don't know if they would be affected because perhaps you may not have looked at them, but I have very, very many amendments in relation to the Order Roman 3. I have very, very many amendments which I sent at midnight yesterday. So I don't know how you would help us deal with that. Thank you.
Your amendments have not been factored here. Yours have not been they have not been reflected here. I think the information I have is that they are still in the office of the clerk. It is true. I was informed that you sent many amendments last night, and they are still in the office of the clerk. They are still being processed. Yes, Honorable Kabinga Wadai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You know, the bill we are talking about is a bill about our children and children of this country. And therefore, any amendment that may add value needs to be considered. And therefore, I would wish that we deal with this bill tomorrow, Honorable Speaker, so that we accommodate her amendments, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I think leader majority of the bill is in your name, isn't it? But the chair is, and I think what Honorable Millie Odhiambo has done is actually very good for the House, because it is true indeed. The clerk has reported that she forwarded a raft of amendments, very many actually.
Yes. Honorable Speaker, I think for the record, we had a discussion yesterday with the chair and with Honorable Millie Odhiambo yesterday. And we did agree that all those amendments be processed yesterday so that we could discuss the bill today. Honorable Speaker, this is one bill that has taken 21 years to develop. I published this bill in October last year. It's gone through all manner of delays and delays. until this time. This bill needs to go to the Senate. I'm not even sure tomorrow we'll be able to finish it. So we will be talking of May. Realistically, even if we finish it in May, then we take it to the Senate and they publish, and public participation, we will end this House before this bill has seen the light of day. And I've been asking for that. So we did agree, we have minimum changes, we saved the bill. But given the circumstances, I'm not even sure whether there's any need to waste the time of the House tomorrow or even in May, knowing that this bill would end up not being considered in Senate in the time that's left. So perhaps we need to also have that in mind. And that's why I had said, let's do what we can do today so we have time tomorrow, because even if we finish it tomorrow with this kind of numbers, we will not be able to put the question. So we put in a question in May, then take it to the Senate. And we know the story of the bills in the Senate. So it's one of those unfortunate situations. And I also want to I know the chairman may not have said it, I've looked at some of those amendments. These are the same amendments that were brought by organizations in the public participation. The committee has rejected some of those. So it's a very frustrating, it's the most frustrating bill I've had to process in this House. And it's so unfortunate that this bill has had to suffer the fate it's going to suffer. And the children of Kenya will be denied a bill that was going to help them and been worked on since the last review in 2001. Constitution has come into play. This bill has the matters have never been harmonized with the new constitution, children's rights and all those things. It's a very comprehensive bill. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing this bill seeing the light of day, given the circumstances we're in and given the season we are getting into in May and the fact that it has to go to Senate. I had asked the committee to fast track. I had asked Honorable Miri Odhiambo to bring her amendments earlier, and, but they are only coming in today, and there are more coming in. So if we can do it tomorrow, the better. If we can't, then I'm washing my hands of this bill.
Honorable Millie, you want to say something about this? Give her.
Oops. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would just want to encourage the leader of majority to relax. There is no person who is more passionate about children's issues than me. Indeed, I have actually followed these bills from before I came into Parliament up to now. So the delay has not been Parliament. He only said it was brought last year, and actually I brought a sister bill, which is the Child Justice Bill, even way before then. It has only just come to the House for the first, I don't even think it's come for first reading, but it has actually been published. So sometimes it's not our fault as the House when things delay. It delayed more outside the Parliament than within Parliament. But I'd want to say that even the concerns he's raising is the reason why we might actually look at the amendments, because part of what this bill is seeking to do is to ensure that the children's bill harmonizes with the Constitution. If you look at Article 53 of the Constitution, I'll give you an example, that outlaws discrimination of children born out of wedlock. Yet there are almost 8 provisions in that bill that discriminates against children born out of wedlock, Mr. Speaker. I am actually a person who should be worried about it. I don't have a child, so I should be worried. I don't know what my husband does when I'm here. He may be bringing me many children born out of wedlock. Even when I'm there, he may be bringing me a lot of children born out of wedlock. But Mr. Speaker, because we are dealing about issues of principle, we must protect children born out of wedlock. So if we are in a rush, we want to pass the bill, which is comprehensive because it's large, but not comprehensive in terms of principle, then we are cheating the children of this country. Let us look. We are even confusing terminology. Differential treatment is treated as discriminatory treatment. There's a lot of confusion. The issues I'm bringing, I suspect, are not even the same things that the civil society is bringing, because I've not looked at the one of civil society. I brought one as Millie Odhiambo, Member of Parliament, Suba North, and Chairperson of the Parliamentary Caucus on Children. I'm very passionate, and even if I'd actually suggested to the Leader of Majority, if he can even request that we sit until midnight tomorrow, that's okay. I'll be here. As a matter of fact, I'm not well, but I've been coming to Parliament because of this bill. So let us sit until midnight, and we deal with this bill. So long as Honorable Sankok will not raise on a point of order, I'm very happy to be here until midnight tomorrow, or even to sitting to Friday. I'll be here. Honorable Sankok has agreed we can sit until Friday, so long as we deal with this bill. So I think the Leader of Majority, all you need to do is we talk using the office of the Speaker, so we talk to the Senate so that they can prioritize it when it goes there, so that they don't sit on it the way they sit on other bills like my assisted reproduction technology bill. Thank you.
Yeah, the Honorable Mido Dhambo is a victim of bicameralism. Honorable Kapinga Washira.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. I just want to remove the notion that this bill may have delayed in the hands of the committee, Honorable Speaker. This bill, if there is any bill we have put in time, Honorable Speaker, is this bill. Honorable Speaker, I received the committee amendment draft at 1, and I had to sit with a lawyer from 1 to the time I came in here. Not even lunch, Honorable Speaker, have I had. Going through all the clauses. And this has been a trend where our lawyers and clerks feel a little bit overwhelmed by the many amendments that we have received. Honorable Speaker, the bill, when I tabled the report of the committee, people were wondering what I was holding. There were 2 volumes of amendments which we had to go through because of the interest that this bill has elicited from the public out there. Honorable Speaker, there are many things that we had to go through as a committee. We even had to make physical visits to the children homes to confirm some of the things that we were told during public participation. Honorable Speaker, we also had to sit and understand the functions of the various stakeholders in this country in matters children. Spending a lot of time, and therefore, I really would want to ask the Leader of Majority to appreciate that this committee has really committed to this bill. And I also want to request, just as Honorable Miri Othiambo has just requested, that we don't let the time that we have put in this bill to go to waste, Honorable Speaker. And I really request you, if we can manage our time tomorrow and ensure that the preliminaries are quickly handled so that this bill is then put into motion and that we stay until we complete the committee of the whole for this particular bill. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, it would be really sad if this 12th Parliament could leave without completing this particular bill, given the time that we have invested on the same. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. I think, well, what we can do is to organize the order paper tomorrow in such a way that by about 3, we are through with the preliminaries. We can take out all the questions, the petitions, requests for statements, we can take them out so that we go to committee and we begin consideration of this bill. That I think will do justice to the bill. Therefore, then it means in committee of the whole House, the House will consider only the National Electronic Single Window System Bill. Very well. Next committee.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole House.
Order, members. We are now in committee of the whole House to consider the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021. Clause 3. We have no amendment on clause 3, and I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. And I go on to put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 4. I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill and call upon the chair, trade, industry, and cooperatives to move the proposed amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 4 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. And the justification is to facilitate coordination and partnership with government entities responsible for customs, other relevant government ministries, departments, or agencies, and industry players dealing in trade or trade facilitation.
I propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I put the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the global question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 5. I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Call upon the chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 5 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. And the justification is Kentrade needs to commit to maintain the integrity and security of the electronic system.
I propose the question, which is that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I can go on to put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the global question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 6. I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. And being there no amendment, I put the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Clause 7. I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill and call upon the chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 7 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper, and the justification is the clause is being redrafted for clarity. I thank you.
Okay. I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. I'll go on to put the question. which is that clause 7 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I put the global question, which is that clause 7, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question, which is that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chair?
Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 8 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. Again, this clause is being redrafted to make it more clear.
I propose the question, which is that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I'll go on to put the question, which is that clause 8 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it, and I put the global question that clause 8 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 9, 10, 11, and 12.
We have no amendments on this, and I propose a question that clauses 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. And I go on to put the question that clauses 9, 10, 11, and 12 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose a question that clause 13 be part of the bill. We call upon the chair to move the proposed amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 13 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. The justification is to make it more clear and to provide practicability in implementation.
I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. I go on to put the question, which is that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Honorable Okello, what did you just do? Please go back up the aisle and cross the floor properly. Now you have confused me, Honorable Okello. You know when you see somebody just jumping across the aisle, so I'll have a go at it again. I propose a question, which is that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. And there being no interest in contributing, I'll put the question, which is that clause 13 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I go on to put the global question, which is that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose a question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Call upon the chair to move the amendment.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 14 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. And the justification of the proposed amendment is that it provides a legal framework for deregistering users who contravene the region laws.
I propose a question that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Sankok.
Chair, I have a problem when it comes to 14B3, where a person is required or permitted to provide a certified copy of a document, and the document exists in paper or other physical form, that requirement shall be deemed to have been fulfilled if an electronic copy of the document is certified to be the true copy. So if the electronic copy is certified to be a true copy, how do you certify it? Is it good to say if it is coded? Because nowadays I see documents having a code, and then you just scan to see the authenticity of it. So is there a need to add something like if the code is authentic? Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Okello?
I thank you, Madam Speaker. Besides what he has stated, which is a code, there will also be a signature superimposed onto that document. So really, that signature, together with other security features, will make it pass as an authentic document, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Sankok looks dazed. I don't know whether he's still...
I'm not satisfied.
You're not satisfied. Maybe the chair will explain to you, but just make your point.
Why do you say signature in a world where we are moving towards coding? Or why don't we just say if the security features are authentic, so that we can avoid, because if you say an electronic signature, it means somebody can even forge that signature. But if we use the code, we will be on the safe side, or we use safety features that are in that document. I think now it will encompass all of them. My thinking.
Honorable Okello, you want to make clarification?
Yes, yes, Madam Speaker. In areas where there is forgery, that is criminal, and we have procedures of settling down criminal activities. The electronic signature is not a new phenomenon. It has always been in existence since the advent of computer systems. And electronic signatures are recognized in law. And therefore, my brother, Honorable Sankok, needs to be enlightened that even the certificate that he may get in order tomorrow will also be having an electronic signature. And that does not therefore mean that that signature makes the document unauthentic. It is just recognized in law. It is as good as the actual signature which appears on our checks, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, all right, but once again, I mean, Honorable Sankok, you may oppose if you want to.
I'm okay. Now that you have referred to UDA, then I'm okay.
I'll go on to put the question, which is that clause 14 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the global question that clause 14 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose a question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chair?
Honorable Chairperson, this also helps to give clarity to the issues that Honorable Sankok was raising. And so I therefore beg to move that clause 15 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. And these are all issues that are supposed to give clarity to the bill. Remember, these will be electronic documents. Some of them will be coming from overseas. I think that's what my brother may not have appreciated.
I propose a question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I'll go on to put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the global question that clause 15, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
I propose a question that clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. And I go on to put the question, there being no amendment, that clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 23.
I propose a question that clause 23 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 23 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. This is also to give clarity on the drafting of the bill. The clause the amendment is to offer clarity.
I propose the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. And I go on to put the question that clause 23 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the global question that clause 23 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 24.
I propose the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. And there being no amendment, I go on to put the question that clause 24 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 25 of the bill be amended as it appears in today's order paper. The justification is that this is a constitutional requirement and the courts have made constitutional interpretation to this effect, where, officers of organizations have to be competitively sourced. So there is also a grammatical omission that is being corrected as well.
All right, I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Sankok.
I think, Chair, the other chair who is around here, she's very beautiful in green, she's actually becoming so brief to an extent that we are not even understanding what is the import of this word. Because if it is competitively recruitment, it should not be an amendment, it should have been in the original bill. So what made it been left out?
Chair.
Madam Chair, and to answer my honorable colleague here, the clause 25 is providing for recruitment of the board members and the chief executive. And you see, it had only omitted the issue of competitive sourcing. Yeah, so that's what we are seeking clarity on. Thank you.
Honorable Okello.
Madam Chair, again, on MDS and other government agencies, in terms of recruitment, there is a mwongozo, which is a document to be adopted by these agencies while doing recruitment. And competitive is a word that clearly appears there. So it could have been an inadvertent omission, which has since been corrected here, Madam Speaker.
All right, I'll go on to put the question, which is that clause 25 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I'll go on to chair. Are you negating the amendment? That must be a word error. Let us put the global question, which is that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 26 and 27.
I propose the question that clauses 26 and 27 be part of the bill. And there being no amendment, I put the question that clauses 26 and 27 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 28 of the bill be amended as it appears into today's order paper. Again, just like the clause 25, this one is specifically on the CEO, that the CEO must be competitively recruited in line with the provisions of the Constitution. And also it has a further amendment to provide for the qualification of the CEO.
I propose the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. I'll say it again. I propose the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chair. Honorable Sankok.
Surely, I don't know and I don't seem to understand the import of replacing the advanced relevant degree with a relevant postgraduate degree. Why should it be a postgraduate degree? I think in most state corporation, according to Mwongozo, a degree is enough. Postgraduate degrees are only added advantages. And if you are so much educated, you can as well go and lecture in the university. But these guys can just do what is done, because most state corporations are like that. I've been one of the state corporations as a chair, so I know the qualification of such officers.
Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, it only buttresses the relevance of the same thing. It is semantics. When you talk about advanced relevant degree, it only means that it has been upped. It is the first degree, yes, but on this particular case, to make it more competitive, we are asking for a postgraduate degree. And it's just about semantics. You can choose to use the first word or adopt the second word. It simply means the same thing. But for purposes of clearer understanding by the Kenyan populace, we are adopting the postgraduate degree. Thank you.
I will go on to put the question, which is that clause 28 be amended as proposed by the chair. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I put the global question that clause 28 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, and 42.
I propose a question that the listed clauses be part of the bill. And there being no amendment, I will put the question that the clauses listed be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses. New clause 2A.
I call upon the mover to move second reading of the new clause 2A.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 2A be read a second time. The new clause 2A be read a second time.
I propose a question that the new clause 2A be now read a second time. I go on to put a question that new clause 2A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to propose the question that new clause 2A be part of the bill. And I'll go on to put the question that new clause 2A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 2B.
I call upon the mover to move second reading of the new clause 2B.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the new clause 2B be read a second time. The original bill did not provide for the scope of application of the Act in terms of the government entities and persons who will be involved in domestic trade, especially.
I propose a question that new clause 2B be now read a second time.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Sankok.
I support this one. It's very important that government entities and even persons who are importing or exporting, because Chair, as a country, we are really deficit in terms of what we export. We import almost everything. So if we have this leeway of involving this person not only in local businesses, although they are in counties, but also international business, we can breed traders from the local area. Thank you. I support.
I will go on to put a question that new clause 2B be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I go on to propose the question that new clause 2B be part of the bill. And I'll go on to put the question that new clause 2B be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 2C.
I call upon the mover to move second reading of the new clause 2C. Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 2C be read a second time. And the clause 2C is providing a new clause that is providing the principles of the bill. In trade, there are issues to do with fair trade and, just the governance, the governing principles relating to operations of trade. So that's why the new clause is being inserted. Thank you.
I propose the question that new clause 2C be now read a second time. I'll go on. Yes, Honorable Okello.
I thank you, Chair. This is a very, very important aspect of this bill because, firstly, it will be user-friendly, and that is why we are putting emphasis on this. It will be simple to use so that even those who are not as endowed with computer skills are able to just log in put the necessary documents and a transaction occurs without necessarily bringing in a lot of confusion into issues of this computer system that is generated for trade. And I thank you.
I put the question, which is that new clause 2C be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I go on to propose a question that new clause 2C be part of the bill. I'll go on to put a question that new clause 2C be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 25A.
I call upon the mover to move second reading of the new clause 25A.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that clause 25A be part of the bill. Again, the justification for this is, remember we had the bill, clause 25, the main clause 25 is providing for how board members will come to office, the CEO and board members. This one is on how they can leave office, either through resignation, in case somebody is removed from office, through legal means, or if a person is, of course, passes on. Thank you.
I propose a question, which is that new clause 25A be now read a second time. Honorable Sankok.
Chair, even though I'm not endowed with English like my brother here, Jared Okello, but I will try, Ndajikakamua. This one is a bit superficial. You see like 25A, but go to sub article C or part C. A member of the board can be removed from the office. A is when he resigns, that is okay. Of course, when he dies, I don't see maybe when they are incapacitated. But C is so superficial that is otherwise removed from office. Is it physical removal, carrying the guy outside the office, or what is it? You know, we have to be a bit, you know, we are in a house of rules, and you have to be, yeah, you know, the majority leader is saying it's a standard word, but at least it can be used if otherwise legally removed from office. You know, removal only like that. But what about in case of incapacitation? We left it out, which I think also in most state corporations they are always there.
Chair.
Honorable Okello.
I thank you, Chair. My friend can sometimes be a little funny. But again, Article 260 of our Constitution has delineated who qualifies to become a state officer or a public officer. And we are guided by Chapter 6 of our Constitution on leadership and integrity. At any time you usurp Leadership and Integrity Act, then you can be removed from office, up to and including bankruptcy. So it is already clear. So removal, as it appears in subsection C, emanates from Chapter 6 of our Constitution, Madam Speaker. And I thank you.
I go on to put the question that new clause 25A be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I propose the question that new clause 25A be part of the bill. I'll go on to put the question that new clause 25A be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. I go on to put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose a question that clause 2 be part of the bill. And there being no amendment, I go on to put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose a question that the title be the title of the bill. I go on to put the question that the title be the title of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. There being no amendment, I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And for purposes of record, the Honorable Mwaniki, you are the Vice Chair of the Committee on Trade. And so, and for purposes of the committee, you are actually chairing the moving of the bill. So don't go and overthrow the chair. It's just for purposes of the business of this afternoon. I will now call upon the mover to move reporting.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. And may I also take this opportunity to thank the members who stuck, and especially you, Chair, for at some point I didn't expect that we would get there. But here we are, and I think we owe it to ourselves to say thank you to one another for seeing this bill the way we have done today.
At times such as this, you also keep the faith. That you keep the faith that things will happen. I will go on to put the question for reporting, which is that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I will now call upon the chairperson to report to the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2021, and its approval thereof with amendments.
I call upon the mover to move agreement with the report.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. And I also request the Honorable Ruth Mwaniki to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Mwaniki.
Madam Speaker, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Sankok.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a very important bill, and I thank the committee led by the chair today is Ruth Mwaniki, who is an expert in trade, because she have really taken us through the Committee of the Whole House, and we have understood, and the amendments are okay. Honorable Speaker, the National Electronic Single Window System Bill, I think will come and solve a lot of issues that we are facing today as a country, because we had set aside some fund for fuel, to subsidize fuel. But I think because of red tape, and this one will reduce this red tape, some people are still sleeping on their jobs. That is why Kenyans are still queuing for fuel, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and I think as we improve on this issue of a single window system, Honorable Speaker, will attract a lot of investors, and that means our economy will grow, Honorable Speaker, so that we can get out of the quagmire that we are facing now. Honorable Speaker, because today, generally, the cost of living has skyrocketed, and especially all liquid commodities are missing. Petroleum is not available in our pumps. Cooking oil prices are too high, milk is missing in supermarket shelves, even water is not available. The only liquid that is available currently in Kenya is alcohol, served at the right price and right temperature for obvious reasons. Honorable Speaker, I think with this, we will improve in our services and will be able to do more business and attract more investors and improve the economy of our country. I support.
Honorable Okello.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. I also want to thank my committee for banning the midnight oil together with its secretariat and the leadership of this House, headed by the majority and minority leaders, for taking us through this. And Honorable Speaker, if there is anything that we have learned in the recent past, is that with Corona, we do not necessarily have to be physically present anywhere to do any transaction. And therefore, this bill is going to address those gaps that have existed for way too long, that a transaction can be completed electronically without necessarily having to travel. Honorable Speaker, another good thing with this is that it eliminates brokers who have perfected the art of reaping where they never sowed. And therefore, once you shall have logged all the necessary documents with KenTrade and other partners into this, then you don't necessarily have to know somebody for a business transaction to be completed. And therefore, this is an important milestone in the world of business, making things very easy, and at the touch of a button, somebody will be able to get what is needed in the market. And I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kabinga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would also like to support this bill. It's a leader election for our country. It places our country on top of others that have advanced in technology and ensuring that we are first and not second when it comes to technology, Honorable Speaker. And as my colleague did allude to, this is where the world is going. We don't need to be there to transact. We can be here to transact, and that is what is important for us, and I think is a lesson learned, more so during the corona times. I was really impressed during the discussions, Honorable Speaker, to realize that my colleague, Honorable Sankok, is really updating himself on technology based on the discussions, and I am hoping that he will use the same knowledge that he seemed to have acquired to understand the reason why we would have shortage of oil in the world, not Kenya. I am hoping too that he will be able to use the same knowledge to understand why the economy would not be as expected and why commodities would go up, more so as he updates himself with what is happening in the entire world, and especially in the war that affects major supplies in the world, especially in Russia, Honorable Speaker, so that when he goes out there, he'll be able to really explain to his colleagues out there. Honorable Speaker, I really support this bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Shaban, Naomi.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Nataka kuunga mkono wenzangu ya kwamba wakati huu kila kitu ulimwengu mzima inafanywa kupitia mitandao ya teknolojia. Kwa hivyo Wakenya tunajiunga na wengine ulimwenguni ili kuweza kufanya mambo katika mtindo wa kisasa. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni dhahiri kuwa ulimwengu mzima sasa umekuwa kijiji kimoja. Na vile umekuwa kijiji kimoja, pia sisi wa Kenya tunajiunga na wenzetu tuwe kijijini mle ili tuweze kufanya shughuli zetu tukipitia dirisha hili la teknolojia ili kuweza kuwa na mitindo ya kisasa. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Honorable members, we will have to move on, and because of the House is not fully constituted for business, we will skip into the next order. And we will put the question on this one when it comes back in the order paper.
Order number 11, the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2021, second reading.
Leader of Majority.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, as we all know, disaster management in Kenya has always been a challenge and remains quite a challenge. Every so often, we faced by various disasters, some unpredictable, some unusual, some very unsettling, and some it's almost disasters we could have predicted but we didn't, or we could have acted on or prevented but we haven't. And the key question that lingers or should keep lingering in our minds as we debate on this bill is how have we in the past handled disasters? What lessons have we learned from those experiences, and what can we do with those lessons so that we can improve on our responses in the future? And that's basically the driving force behind this bill, to draw on the experiences, lessons that have been learned, and prepare more adequately for the future. Honorable Speaker, this bill then aims to achieve a couple of objectives. And the first one is to anchor within a legal framework the policies and structures for disaster risk management. The second key objective is to establish and equip certain institutions that will be responsible for handling and responding to disasters to ensure that we have some effective and coordinated disaster preparedness, prevention, response, mitigation, and most importantly, how we recover from those disasters. And the third key objective of this bill is to enhance the resilience to the impacts of disaster risks and climate change, both at the national as well as the county levels. Honorable Speaker, against the merits of the foregoing objectives, then the major guiding principle for risk management under this bill then becomes the development and adoption of a comprehensive approach to disaster risk management and the balancing between reduction of risk and the enhancement of community resilience, while ensuring that effective response and recovery capabilities. Now, as you are aware, we have in the past faced several disasters, and I said we faced terror attacks, starting from the U.S. Embassy attack some years back, and the Cooperative House. We've had national emergencies, we've had droughts, and in fact, I believe even right now, we're still having challenges of famine in some of our regions in the country. And there's different approaches being used to tackle those challenges. We're just about to receive the rains, and you can be sure there'll be flooding in some of the areas, especially, and this has been witnessed in areas that are close to where you come from, Honorable Speaker. Last year we were visited, or is it last year but one, by several, bounds of locusts invading our country. And worst of all, we had the COVID-19 pandemic that has really grounded issues, not just in Kenya, but globally. And in all this, the regular issue that keeps coming up is that dealing with these disasters and emergencies. And we, in terms of the lessons we've learned, is in about every report that has come as a result of the response, it's all shown some poor coordination among the various teams that have been brought to respond to disasters, leading to, obviously, loss of life and property that could have been saved if the coordination was improved. So, much as it's coming toward the tail end, we know this bill has been with us, obviously, since May of 2021, but at least it's found itself now into the House, and we do hope that we'll be able to process it in both two houses so that we can have a legal and elaborate framework for dealing with national disasters, because I think we caught upon to do that. Talking of COVID, we know we've had to use the Public Order Management Act and the Public Health Act as the two main legal frameworks for responding to COVID-19 related challenges. But while these were there, and they helped in terms of the health-related challenge and emergency, these two pieces of legislation cannot help us or were not passed in anticipation of the need to have this rather wider issue that tackles not just health-related disasters, but all other disasters. And And we believe that with this bill, it will lay down the legal foundation, not just for what to do, but also the coordination and collaborative partnerships that will be needed so that we have all the various institutions involved in disaster working in concert. And again, this is both at the national and the county, because this will be, disasters happen everywhere. The Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government, the Ministry of Devolution, and the National Treasury have all in the past, either jointly or individually or separately, formulated and co-published disaster management policies. But again, all this exists in the different policy papers, in regulations and all that. And this bill now attempts to bring all those together within a statute so that the methods and approaches for disaster management are now anchored in law. If I go to basically some of these policies, I think one of the policies which is already in place as a subsidiary legislation, our policy on disaster management, it recognizes that Kenya's economy and by extension its population can be classified as highly vulnerable to both natural and man-made disasters. And like I did mention, we are also prone to the vagaries of nature. If rains are delayed by even 1 week, there's famine everywhere. There's livestock dying everywhere. If rains come beyond a certain level, it's floods everywhere. And, and yet we don't have that comprehensive disaster management framework and to get out of these situations. Fortunately, we've also been lucky that we managed to manage each of the disasters and have held well as a country despite the challenges we've had. Yet we've not had this kind of system, but for some reason we are also resilient and we've learned a few things. But I believe by now we will not just be relying on the international community, but on ourselves. So, getting closer in terms of the bill, firstly, we're creating an intergovernmental council which will comprise the various cabinet secretaries and the chair of the Council of Governors. It's a joint responsibility between the national and county government. And this council shall provide both the policy and implementation direction to cabinet on matters relating to disaster risk management. Among other functions, including also coordination and monitoring of the intergovernmental multi-sectoral entities that are responsible for disaster risk management. And most importantly, it shall also be obligated to provide a report to cabinet, to the National Assembly, to the Senate, and to the county assemblies. The bill also establishes the National Disaster Risk Management Authority, which shall again be the implementing agency of the law, and all the preparedness, the mitigation, the recovery plans adopted or proposed by the Intergovernmental Council. And the bill itemizes the various functions, which is coordination and support of public awareness campaigns and the civic education programs on risk management, because again, most of the disaster could well be mitigated if people had all the information and the right level of awareness in terms of what needs to be, what they need to do to prevent and what they need to do when the disaster strikes. A second function will be the advisory, advising and facilitation of the capacity building for disaster management at both the two levels of government. We also, to be also be charged with the responsibility for coordinating and collaborating with the relevant regional and international agencies and institutions in disaster risk management, and promoting linkages with the key ministries, the community service organizations, international organizations, both county and sub-county and community-based disaster risk entities, among other functions. And Honorable Speaker, then to my mind, the proposal to establish this centralized system of responding to and managing disasters is long overdue. And we know, like I mentioned, we've had several disasters. We've had lessons that we learned from history. And even there's been attempts, like I said, in terms of responses and bringing into law. I'm also aware that we have a bill, the National Disaster Management Authority Bill of 2019, that was sponsored by the member for Kikuyu constituency, out of which he was here, so that he can also contribute to this, which was passed by this House, and not too long ago, and is one of the bills that have been forwarded to the Senate. We hope it will come out of the Senate before we close. And I also know there are other attempts. So I want to urge members that, as we've done in the past, we recognized, we support this bill, and even improve on it further, since it's it's one of the steps we need to take to put forward to get a palatable solution to challenges of disaster management. Honorable Speaker, let me also recognize the efforts by the Committee on National Security. They've spent quite a bit of time on this bill and given us a report. And I do hope that members will read the reports and bring the amendments that are required, so that before we close, at least this House will have pronounced itself on where it stands on matters to do with disaster risk management. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, it's my pleasure to move beg to move and ask the Honorable Chair of the Committee on National Security and Administration, the Honorable Mwadi, to second.
Honorable Mwadi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this bill. And in seconding, Honorable Speaker, want to mention that this bill was first read in the House on Wednesday, 1st September 2021, and subsequently it was committed to our Committee on Administration and National Security, upon where we took the initiative under Article 118 of the Constitution and Standing Order 127(3) of this House to place advertisements in all media so that we could invite public participation for the same, and so that we could comply with the Constitution and also let the people of this nation know the contents and be part and parcel of doing or creating this law that is quite overdue, since we don't have a legal framework of engagement on issues of disaster risk management. Honorable Speaker, this bill seeks to establish the National Disaster Risk Management Authority and the County Disaster Risk Management Committees to provide for legal framework for coordination of disaster risk management activities and for other purposes. Honorable Speaker, the object, among others, is the provision of legislative framework for disaster management and to enhance effective and coordinated disaster preparedness, prevention, response, mitigation, and recovery. Just as alluded to the Leader of Majority, that has not been coordinated before, and therefore the need to have this legal framework so that those activities can be coordinated. Honorable Speaker, It further seeks to establish institutional framework on disaster risk management, which includes Intergovernmental Council on Disaster Risk Management at the apex, and of course, cascading down to the counties, so that we have units that are also coordinating with that Intergovernmental Council on Disaster Risk Management at the apex. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the history of disaster in this country, we find that it was not viewed as an integral part of our planning, or so that those who are planning, Honorable Speaker, may have had an oversight over the need to properly plan, because disasters can strike any time. They have stricken before, they keep on striking, but for somehow we just used administrative procedures to address the issues that arise out of a disaster. So, Honorable Speaker, let me cite two occasions, like one in 1999 to 2001, when there were severe droughts across the country, and which gave rise to various initiatives by the Kenya Food Security Meeting, which was formulated to address the issue of food security. Honorable Speaker, from the onset, it is important to note that Kenya preparedness, this country's preparedness in terms of response to disasters, has been challenged by lack of harmonized policy, legislation, and institutional framework, inadequate capacity, and reactive rather than proactive approach to disaster management. Honorable Speaker, the situation further is aggravated by the fact that there are various institutions dealing with disaster management and the related activities in the names of ministries, departments, agencies, and some specialized sagas, that is semi-autonomous governmental agencies, as well as county government. Some of the agencies, Honorable Speaker, for the benefit of members, is like the National Disaster Management Unit, NDMU, dealing with the disaster on one side. Another is National Disaster Operations Center, also dealing with the disaster with different parameters of how it deals with disaster. The National Drought Management Authority, NDMA, dealing with disasters in certain counties. And all these efforts are not coordinated, Madam Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, it is very important to bring all this under one legal framework and policy that will be properly coordinated with agencies that coordinate, and not only coordinate, they also have interlinkages that are going to address the issues arising therein. Honorable Speaker, in considering the bill, the committee noted in the recent years the frequency and magnitude of disasters that develop from natural and man-made hazards has continued to arise. And currently, Honorable Speaker, we all know that we are experiencing a drought, which is part of what disaster that we have in this country, and which needs not a reactive approach, but a properly planned approach, which would be done by such a body as being created by this legislation. Honorable Speaker, the enactment of this law will immediately inform transformational change in the disaster risk management in the country through, among others, the following. One, harmonization of policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks. The fact that there will be only one national institution charged with the mandate of disaster risk management will create order and bring about concerted approaches towards disaster risk management. This will strengthen disaster risk governance for effective management of disaster risks. And the second one, and very important, is recognizing the importance of effective coordination, which was lacking previously, that we didn't have coordination, and recognizing, therefore, the importance of effective coordination and communication at all levels and among all stakeholders. This will promote the understanding of disaster risk and encourage the multi-agency approach to disaster risk management. Honorable Speaker, the third one is that this act will be the premise upon which the government will inform the investment in disaster risk reduction for resilience. So we ask ourselves, how much has government invested in risk management? It is in so many institutions that you can actually not even put a figure on the table. That every one of those institutions have their regulations and the way they carry out their disaster response. Number 4, Honorable Speaker, is that enhancement of disaster preparedness for effective response and building back better in recovery, rehabilitation, and reconstruction. And the 5th and final one is the emphasis on the need to build capacity to respond to disasters and establish the institutional framework that enhances coordination. Building of capacity is the keyword, Honorable Speaker, that there are people who will be trained on how to deal with disasters, not the reactive manner in which you pick any other person to go and start dealing with disasters of special nature or which they are not even aware of how to go about. So, Honorable Speaker, in considering this bill, the committee made the following observation. And one is that the bill gives us the legislative framework, and we're happy with it as a committee. Secondly, is that it establishes institutional framework on disaster risk management, which includes, and this is very critical, as I mentioned earlier when I started seconding, that the Intergovernmental Council on Disaster Risk Management as the apex body and the National Disaster Risk Management Authority, which is to coordinate at the top, and that we shall coordinate with the other bodies at the county levels. And the third one is that the bill proposes to bring together the staff of the National Disaster Operations Center, the National Disaster Risk Management Unit to undertake National Disaster Risk Management under one roof, so that we don't have all these units undertaking activities that are not coordinated. Consequently, therefore, Madam Speaker, the committee, having considered the National Disaster Risk Management Bill of 2021, in accordance with the provisions of Article 118 of the Constitution and the Standing Order 127.3 of the National Assembly, Standing Orders, recommends that this House approves the bill with amendments as proposed in the schedule. Honorable Speaker, I fully concur with the Leader of Majority that this is a legislation that requires the input from all of us as members of this August House, and that there is room and window to make it better. That disaster has happened almost in every other part of this nation. They may of different types, but disaster has occurred in one way or another in each one of our parts in this country. And therefore, we are called upon, all of us, to look at the provisions of this, the clauses in this bill, and even make it better so that we wholesomely bring our efforts to make disaster response in this country better. So, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to really thank my committee members who took time off during this very tough time, and knowing that it's election time, to have quorum throughout the meetings that we had, and to sit and deliberate on this matter, which was very, very critical, do a report, and a report which has now was tabled in this House. And I hope members will also have time to read that report upon which will inform any of the amendments or otherwise that they may wish to bring to the House. I also wish to thank the Speaker of the National Assembly, together with the clerk, for providing leadership and direction. And finally, allow me, Madam Speaker, to thank my committee secretariat for their exemplary work in the provision of technical and logistical services. Further, Honorable Speaker, the committee in its entirety wishes to reiterate its gratitude to the stakeholders who made submissions on the bill. There were so many stakeholders who came, gave us submissions that have also informed the contents of our report, and therefore have also informed our report recommendations, and therefore we fully submit that there was public participation to its fullest. Honorable Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I propose a question that the National Disaster Risk Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2021, be now read a second time. Honorable Baya, yeah, is he here? Honorable Sankok?
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And it is very important when we are discussing this bill, a very important one, that you are the one sitting on that chair. And did I Honorable Chair, the National Disaster Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2021, have come at the right time, Honorable Speaker, because our response to disaster in this country have been a knee-jerk reaction, and have been a reaction that is not coordinated. You remember when we had the 1998 bombing, Honorable Speaker, that anybody became a rescuer, even those who had no know-how. Honorable Speaker, you remember when we had the attack of Al-Shabaab at a certain mall. Everybody, including now the governor of Kajiado, became a specialist. Honorable Olilengu became a specialist of rescuing people, and it ended up saying that there were mattresses being burned. Honorable Speaker, he ended up shaming himself and shaming the whole Maa community. Honorable Speaker, this is because of our knee-jerk reaction. But this bill have come at the right time to be able to coordinate this disaster response, Honorable Speaker, and have specialists, people trained to be able to respond. When we have even a mere car accident on our roads, Honorable Speaker, sometimes somebody have a spinal injury, and rescuing him without any paramedical knowledge or training, Honorable Speaker, may end up causing more harm to the person than any good, and end up even permanently disabling the same person. Honorable Speaker, drought have been a planned and predictable disaster, but we have not even been able to respond to it. If we are not able to respond to a planned, predictable disaster like drought, which everybody is aware that it will be there and that we have, it will affect certain counties that we know are semi-arid and arid region of our country, but we have not been able to respond, Honorable Speaker, because it have not been coordinated and we do not have the legislative framework to be able to deal with it. This bill is coming at the right time to address that. Honorable Speaker, in the committee of the whole House, I will talk with Honorable Mwathi, the chairperson, so that we can bring amendment to be able to discuss and to incorporate issues of persons with disability. Because whenever there is disaster, those who are affected more are persons with disability. And the way we respond, we don't take care of the needs of persons with disability. I've seen people transporting food to the north. And when they transport food to the north, they go to a certain shopping center and call people to come and carry sacks of beans, sacks of rice and maize, Honorable Speaker. There are those who may not access those centers. There are those who have no physical strength to carry whatever that have been donated to them. So we need to be able to also incorporate the needs of persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, it is not only the conventional disasters that we need to respond to. At the moment, we have a disaster in our own country. Honorable Speaker, the country is literally at standstill. There is nothing that is moving, Honorable Speaker. There is no fuel. Vehicles are not moving, Honorable. It is a disaster. Honorable Speaker, the border riders are now jobless. They are sleeping hungry because they cannot go and work, Honorable Speaker. It is a disaster, and we may not be able to know how to respond to it because it was not coordinated. I think this particular National Disaster Risk Management Bill will be able to address such, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if I talk of this disaster, and I've told you earlier that the cost of living is just too high at the moment. And I think we should even include such as disasters, Honorable Speaker. Because, Honorable Speaker, even during the Moi era, even when we had sanctions from IMF, the International International Monetary Fund, Honorable Speaker, we did not reach where we had reached now. But what do you expect from a concoction of we live in Auchawi? The country is really not moving at all, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I said earlier, when you look at the liquids, petrol is not available, milk is not available, water is not available, cooking oil is not available. The only available liquid currently in Kenya is alcohol, and it is served at the right temperatures and at the right price for obvious reasons, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these disasters can emanate from various quarters, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, and when you talk about disaster, you know, we have been taking drought as a disaster. We have been taking other things that may not be real disasters, Honorable Speaker, as disasters, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, think of the war in Ukraine. God forbid, if Kenya was under such an attack, Honorable Speaker. If we cannot handle 6 characters of Al-Shabaab hiding in Dusit, Honorable Speaker. That is why today, Honorable Mwadhi and his committee have come up with the National Disaster Risk Management Bill that will have that legal framework and training of personnel, because I've gone through this bill, Honorable Speaker, and it will really be able to assist this country, Honorable Speaker. It is just by God's grace that we have never experienced a disaster of huge magnitude, Honorable Speaker. I don't know how we can respond to a disaster like a tsunami that have affected some countries of this world, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I don't know how we could have really responded to typhoons and other disasters, Honorable Speaker, if we are not even able to respond to a disaster I hear of miners being buried alive in mining caves, Honorable Speaker. We are not able to respond to a disaster of even road accident, Honorable Speaker, as a country. But I think when we improve this bill in the third reading or in the committee of the whole House, we will come up with an elaborate system and scheme of being able to respond to disasters, not necessarily in knee-jerk reaction, Honorable Speaker. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, It is pathetic, Honorable Speaker, that we always set aside some funds in this House for disaster response. NDMI, Honorable Speaker, or is it NDMA, have funds for the response of drought. But if you go to the ground, things are different. No one have ever benefited. And if there are very few, Honorable Speaker. There was livestock uptake funds, Honorable Speaker. I'm a farmer, I'm a pastoralist. My cows are also affected by the drought. I don't say that mine should have been uptaken by that fund, but I have neighbors who are really suffering, who needed to benefit from this fund. So I think with this particular bill, we will be able to coordinate all this response and will not have wastage of public funds. Honorable Speaker, it is shameful that it is the private, especially Red Cross, that respond to disaster more than us. I remember when we had drought in Turkana, it was the likes of Akode who are actually assisting the Turkana people while the whole government was still planning in offices on how to respond to such a disaster, just like a drought, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I support 100%.
Honorable Ndwati.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for also giving me a chance to make my contribution. Honorable Speaker, there is a correction which I wanted to make. And my friend, Honorable Sankok, has made allegations here which are not very accurate. Honorable Sankok, I want to assure you that petrol is available. It's only that some businessmen are holding it somewhere. Again, Honorable Sankok, I think, leader, I want to urge the leader. This date of 15th, leader, when petrol companies know that fuel is going to be increased, we need to do away with it.
You know, Honorable Ndwati, you have to address the Speaker.
I'm addressing the Speaker. I'm saying it's only that I'm not facing you, Honorable Speaker. No, it's only that I'm not facing you directly, Honorable Speaker. And you know I respect you very much. And I wish you all the best. And Honorable Speaker, I've always acknowledged you, when you are around is when I talk. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to assure Honorable Sankok that fuel is available in Kenya. What I was urging the leader of majority is to ensure that this date of 15th.
Honorable Sankok, you know, the only thing Honorable Ndwati has said
is fuel is available.
That fuel is available. You're saying there is no water. You're saying there is no
milk.
Yeah. And I know you are a farmer with many cows and there are milk in your farm.
Allow me to finish, Honorable Sankok. I've given you time. You know you are my friend. Just 1 minute. No, just 1 minute.
Okay,
just
Honorable
1 minute.
Sankok, let's just hear what he has.
Let me finish.
Honorable Ndwati, just let him. We will give you back your
You know, Honorable Speaker, we cannot mislead the whole country. If you are saying that fuel is available, it's becoming like the PS who told us that a pipeline is wet. A pipeline company, is it pipeline company, Honorable Speaker? But Kenyans are queuing in the pumps. Vehicles are stuck on roads. These are at home. They don't have fuel. People are carrying petroleum in jerrycans, Honorable Speaker. And they tell them that fuel is available. Do we go to fuel our vehicles in pipeline? Or where do you want us to fuel our vehicle? How do we know? We will only know when it is available in the pumps. So let us not mislead Kenyans.
Honorable Ndwati.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sankok, and I acknowledge what you are saying. What I was saying, Honorable Sankok, is that the country has enough fuel. I'm a businessman and I know that. What is happening is that the fuel companies are hiding fuel until maybe the date after tomorrow. And I was urging the majority leader, maybe this date of 15th, when the whole country knows that something is going to happen to fuel, we need to do away with it. It can be any date. Why should we get stuck with the one date? Honorable Sankok, you have said that there is no water. I want to assure, I come from Gatanga, and I want to assure you that Ndakaini has enough water.
Honorable Ndwati, leave Honorable Sankok alone.
Is the allegations which I wanted to correct, Honorable Sankok, on behalf, because he has said it in Parliament, and I come from a county which provides water with Nairobi. It's good for me to assure Kenyans and to assure Honorable Sankok. And Honorable Speaker, looking at Sankok, he looks very smart. Thank you. Because last night he had water, and the wife was able to clean his clothes. And your face is also looking... let me not continue. Let me come back to the bill.
Yeah, focus on the bill now.
On the bill, and I really wanted to thank the committee for coming up with this bill. I've looked at it, and the objectives are very good, and the way the authority has been given direction is very good. And Honorable Speaker, looking at the powers and what the authority is going to do, if you look at clause 31, and particularly the management of disaster, I've seen that it's going to be organized now because we are going to have national and county organs involved in the disaster risk management. Honorable Speaker, before it has been a big problem because whenever a disaster occurs, it has been very hard for Kenyans to know who to call whenever a disaster occurs in the country. Again, Honorable Speaker, there are many non-governmental organizations which deal with disaster management. However, Honorable Speaker, they have not been classified. They only pop up when a disaster occurs. Nobody knows how they operate. So it is good that now the bill is putting them in the right place. Again, Honorable Speaker, the many disaster experts we have in this country, it is good that this time they are going to be registered by the authority so that we are organized. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to firefighting, it has also been a major issue, especially when disasters occur. You never know who to call. We know our firefighting services at Nairobi City Council don't work very well. Honorable Speaker, we have resorted sometimes to call in for firefighting services from our airports or from the military, which is not a good thing. So it would be good if they are organized so that Kenyans are able to know where to get these services. Honorable Speaker, we have had a few disasters in this country. I remember the bombing of our great mall, and we all saw what happened, Honorable Speaker. And the military came in. And when such a disaster occurs, Honorable Speaker, I don't think the military has that kind of expertise to move in. Because, Honorable Speaker, you cannot move into a mall and you don't have the drawings of that particular mall. Again, Honorable Speaker, just by moving in, you can create further disaster. Because you need to know where the services are. If it's, where are the lifts? Where are you going to get water? Where are the electrical connections? All these things, Honorable Speaker, they need to be managed in a good way. And as a country, this is something which you need to plan well. The way it was done at the Westlands Mall was not very well, because you saw the military moved in, Kenyans also moved in, ordinary Kenyans, in a disorganized way, and that is why we lost many lives. Again, Honorable Speaker, I'm happy that the bill has been very clear that now we'll be able even to register volunteers and to classify them, and again to get them uniform. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have had so many people when disasters occur. People going there to volunteer, and you don't know their capability. It is good that now the bill is providing of how they are going to be segregated and what services they are going to offer. Again, Honorable Speaker, Sankok has talked about food. Food when there is a disaster, especially like now when we have drought. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with Sankok. Food distribution when we have drought has been very badly managed, Honorable Speaker. Because when that food leaves, maybe National Cereal and Produce Board, it is taken to the DC. The DC doesn't have a way of taking that food to our people. And we have seen it, Honorable Speaker, that most of our officials, government officials, are not able to account for that food. There is no follow-up. That food ends up being taken or sold by people who are not supposed to have benefited. Honorable Speaker, again, when it comes to the distribution of the food, again, Kenyans have suffered a lot because what they even get is very little. You cannot give a Kenyan 2 kilograms of maize, and you expect that he is going to forgo that problem. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say that I support the bill. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Sabina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And from the onset, I want to say I really support this bill. Madam Speaker, this bill has come at the right time because of the way we do disaster management in this republic. Madam Speaker, we have had several cases in this country where disaster strikes and then we run like headless chickens, not knowing what to do and we're supposed to do what. Madam Speaker, in my county, we've had the landslides, and these have really affected several households. And even currently, Madam Speaker, we have deep cracks that are running across my county. Some homes have sunk, and we took time to go with the minister to the ground, and they saw how our people are suffering. But even the promises that were done, Madam Speaker, till today, no one is ready to address them. Some of these people might need to be moved from their homesteads, Madam Speaker. My county is quite hilly, and when landslides strike, it carries the whole land mass, and so then people are left with nowhere to go to. And Madam Speaker, it's very hard even for the legislatures or the people's representatives to know which office to go to, because you keep on being sent to different offices, and at the end of the day, then the people are the losers, Madam Speaker. There are people who have really been displaced and have not been left with solutions. Madam Speaker, recently I went to Turkana and I saw the drought and how the people are suffering. And apart from calling the PS of special programs and promising that they are going to deliver food, which is now mainly taken through the provincial administration, Madam Speaker, we need such a team that can be able to sit down and see the long-term solution that can be given to the Turkana people. Madam Speaker, you know about Budalangi, and every time that there are floods are happening, we see people being displaced and moving from their homes. But I'm very sure we have experts in this country that can work with the National Disaster Team and come up with permanent solutions on such people, Budalangi. We had our students who drowned, Madam Speaker, in one of our rivers in our county, and these were university students. It took a lot of time even to get the divers. It is sad that at this time as a nation, our counties have no divers, and when the divers are required, you have to get them and ferry them from Mombasa to the specific county. It was painful watching many families, or the families waiting at the riverbanks to try and retrieve the body of their loved one. And you know, majority of our rivers, there are many stones, and so when the body is stuck down there, no one can be able to go there. And we have our young people who are divers, who have learned through the hard way, who just need to be equipped with some equipment and a little bit of some more training and backup, and we can be able maybe even to save many lives. But Madam Speaker, in my county, we have lost several lives through drowning in our rivers, and especially where we have those waterfalls, Madam Speaker. We have seen, Madam Speaker, when disaster like the terrorism happened, and you know, the coordination, the information, the way it's done, who is supposed to go where first, even confusion that even the members of the same team can end up colliding because there is no proper coordination. We have seen incidences like Sachangwani, when the trailer, the fuel busted into frames, and I think recently also around Maimahi Road. And so these people, Madam Speaker, you don't know which is the first number that you can call. And so this bill is timely, Madam Speaker. It will save a lot of lives. You know, we do not, as a chair of health, I'll say, we do not have a plan for emergency, and especially on our very many highways. And I want to thank the Jubilee government, that I'm proudly member of Jubilee Party, that we have managed to build several highways. But when it comes to issues like accidents, Madam Speaker, we do not have emergency, you know, like hotline, ambulances that are on standby. In developed country, Madam Speaker, even a simple accident, you'll find the fire truck, you'll find the police, you'll find an ambulance, and not just an empty ambulance, an ambulance that is equipped with experts. We have lost many lives of many Kenyans that would have saved through accidents, but when maybe this accident happens, only Kenyans will just go and try to rescue, and we lose a lot of lives, or some of the victims end up being maimed because the people trying to save them are not experts, Madam Speaker, and even the people who would even wish to save them, they do not have the expertise or a number that they can call to be able to access to the people who can be able to save them. So emergency healthcare is very important, and I hope this team will be able to consider our highways and our superhighways that we have now, and how we can be able to help our people through this disaster management. Of course, the issue of drought I've talked about, and the issue of food distribution, and having permanent solutions, Madam Speaker. So I want to congratulate the Leader of Majority who moved this bill, and also the Chair who also contributed towards this. And I just want to emphasize, Madam Speaker, that the issue of fuel in this country is not really a disaster. It's just a matter of discipline and a matter of people who want to do economic sabotage. And I hope that the government and the relevant agencies will be able to work and give a permanent solution and take action, Madam Speaker, to the companies and corporates that are holding fuel so that they can wait for the time that the prices goes up. It's a shame, Madam Speaker, that we can give foreigners a chance to come and trade and make money in this country, but they also want to sabotage this economy. And so, Madam Speaker, I am hoping that the Minister in charge of energy will come out and name and shame, and also Kenyans will know the people who are holding this fuel, and we need to boycott and stop using their services, Madam Speaker. It is sad, Madam Speaker, that a lot of times when there are such things happening, people end up blaming the government instead of addressing the problem. And we know the problem of fuel shortage in Kenya. The ministry know what they need to do, and I think they need to call out and shut down some of these companies that are making Kenyans suffer. So I want to thank Leader of Majority and the Chair for this wonderful bill, and I hope that before the sunset of this House, that we are going to make sure that some of these bills that are so important and mean a lot to this country will be passed and signed and become law. I support, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Mwathe Musili.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. From the onset, I just want to indicate that I support the bill. It is very, very timely, and we need to find a way to really be prepared to respond to disaster. Currently, first of all, there are so many types of disasters, including the earthquake, fire, hurricanes, tornadoes. We are lucky we don't have tornadoes in our country, but we have mudslides. And there are also man-made disasters, like issues to do with clean drinking water, that in case of rain, floods, and so this bill brings us an opportunity for us to be able to plan and have a response mechanism, have a disaster management team in place to be able to equip and train our people. There are, in other parts of the world, like in the US, there is a disaster management, there are hotlines, or rather, like for any accident or for any occurrence, if you dial 911, you will get a response in the US. In Kenya, we used to have a 999. We need to be able to bring those systems back so that we're able to respond on a timely manner and be able to serve our people correctly. With those few remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I stand to support the bill. I especially want to focus attention on the issue of social support for victims of disaster. That is the part that excites me about this particular bill. Madam Speaker, we have had a lot of disasters in this country. We have had, whether it has been terrorist attacks, whether it has been buildings that have collapsed, whether it has been floods. And Madam Speaker, as much as we are able to deal with the immediate effects in most circumstances, Madam Speaker, we do not seem to have a structured infrastructure to deal with what happens to the victims or the people who participated in the management of the disaster. We have, whether it is the firefighters, whether it is the first responders who go to the scene of that particular disaster. Madam Speaker, one of the things I have seen in this bill is a proposal for the establishment of a psychosocial support structure for victims, and in my opinion, it should also include responders and those participants in that particular rescue operation. Madam Speaker, anytime there's a disaster, the social, the psychological effect of that disaster on the psyche of the people who get affected directly and their close allies and close friends is huge. Madam Speaker, as we think about this particular proposal and this particular bill, which I am so grateful that the Majority Leader has brought forth to the floor of the House, I want to ask that we think and we continue focusing attention on how we ensure that we are able to take care of the mental health of the victims who get affected by the disaster. We're also able to take care of the mental health of the people who participate in the disaster. I had a conversation recently with a friend of mine who works for Red Cross, and they were saying that how every time they're involved in rescuing people from an accident, it takes several months before that person's mental health is stabilized. They were the ones who went to rescue. They're the ones who went and helped people they went and saved people from that disaster. But Madam Speaker, if we do not have a system that then takes care of those who take care of the people who are affected, we are going to go reducing our capacity to be able to positively engage on disaster management. So, Madam Speaker, yes, there is the hard work, there's the hardware structure of ensuring that the committees are able to work, ensuring that we have committees all the way up to county level, but there's also the software of ensuring that those people who we look up to participate in disaster management are also mentally trained and given mental capacity to know how to deal with it. And to also have, for example, if we need psychologists or we need psychotherapists on standby to deal with the people who are pulling people out of a disaster, for example, or who are rescuing people, or who are doing first aid or first response. This would be something that I would think very seriously we need to consider as we move this bill forward. And Madam Speaker, it is also important for us to also be able to define disasters. Madam Speaker, I want to pick up something my colleague, Honorable Sabina Chege, has said in regard to the ongoing crisis of fuel, which a few of us are terming as a disaster. Madam Speaker, we are aware that the reason this is going on is that we have some dealers who are holding fuel, hoping that by the end of tomorrow, when ERC reorganizes its fuel prices, they are going to make a killing. And it is very, very unfortunate that even in the pursuit of profit, we have dealers and traders who are willing to allow Kenyans to suffer inability to move. We have even vehicles, including ambulances and police vehicles, who are not able to access fuel because we have a few traders who think they're going to make a killing in profit by just waiting and hoping that the fuel prices are going to go up from tomorrow evening. Madam Speaker, we have made a special request to government for the subsidies on fuel to ensure that the fuel prices tomorrow are not the kind of things that are going to hurt the Kenyan population. And we know that the Jubilee government that we are proud to be associated with is looking very, very keenly on this issue of the fuel. And we're now going to get to a point where we will be able to put the lines we are seeing behind us and go back to normal fuel availability and access moving forward. And we plead with the people who trade in fuel to remember that they also have a responsibility, a social responsibility to keep our country moving. And I think this also brings up the issue that we might need to look at as a house, whether we need to set up a structure that is going to analyze how traders are dealing with critical base needs like fuel, so that we do not have a situation where somebody can sabotage the country, sabotage the ability of the country to move. And finally, Madam Speaker, I will ask my colleagues even as we do politics. We need to make sure we are not using sensitive issues like this to play politics. We have a situation where we are all part and parcel of this government, and especially those of us who are in Jubilee government. Let us look for solutions. Let us not use this current crisis as a way of earning bonga points with the population and trying to make political capital. We should all be trying to join hands to actually end this crisis, talk to the dealers we know, talk to government, ensure that anybody who we know who handles fuel at whatever level is being talked to just make the fuel available, rather than hold it and inconvenience greatly, as has happened now, inconvenience the Kenyan people. I support, Madam Speaker.
I see no further interest for contributions. I call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me start by thanking yourself for bringing sanity back into the House and guiding this session, and thank the members who have been contributing to this. I think it's one of the most enjoyable sessions we've had. No shoutings, everyone just focused, and I think that's really the future of this House. I want to thank the Chair of National Security, not just for the contribution today, but for the work he's put and his team on this bill. The Honorable Sankok usually leaves at about 6, but today he has stayed on to contribute to this bill and has been quite focused on it, and really all the others who've also come in. I'm not sure whether I want to respond to, because the fuel crisis has been termed as a disaster. I think it's important that we recognize that there's a big global disaster on the wider energy, not just on fuel, natural gas. Inflation in Britain it's at its highest since 1992, occasioned by, the high fuel prices and high gas prices. In the US, it's the same. In Kenya, we took this decision to subsidize fuel, and we've been pumping money at it. We managed to keep the prices at just about 139. Just last week, we were in Uganda with the Honorable Speaker. And because when we had this discussion here on fuel, I got very concerned when some members of parliament had actually said that fuel is cheaper in Uganda than in Kenya. So we took it upon ourselves to actually now physically look at the pump prices. And if I recall, the fuel price in Uganda shillings was 6,200 Uganda shillings for fuel and 4,600 for diesel. Give or take 50 Uganda shillings, which is really not much. And when you convert that, you end up with fuel at 169 petrol and 149 for diesel. So there's a whole 30 odd something shillings between the Kenyan price and the Ugandan price. And with our borders being porous as they are, you can also imagine part of the disaster we are going through is that there are actually people closer to the border who are fueling in Kenya, then going to sell it in Uganda and making 30 shillings per liter because we are subsidized. And these are the challenges you have. Every time you interfere with market forces through subsidies and government actions, but in a limited scale without the wider East Africa, and with free movement of people and persons and vehicles, you'd expect that part of Kenyan money, taxpayer money, is actually now being used to subsidize consumers in Uganda. And I'm sure the same is happening in Tanzania. But again, I don't want to get into that debate, but it's just something that we have to note. And I'm sure the people responsible will be looking at what we do going forward. I take the point that Honorable Engineer Nduati did raise about the date, and we can see part of that. But it also goes to the wider disaster preparedness. And in fact, when Honorable Sankok talked of fuel, I thought he would be talking of the disasters we've always seen with fuel tankers. And it's one of the most amazing things that when we've had the disastrous, is this Sachangweni fire? Yes. We thought Kenyans had learned. But every time you find an accident involving a truck, one of those, fuel ferrying trucks, I don't know what happens to Kenyans. Rushing with their jerrycans to go and just scoop some bit of, without thinking of the disaster that awaits, that kind of thing. But that's Kenya for you. That's our people for high risk takers, and I believe that's why we are very vulnerable as a society, and why we actually need to have this kind of disaster risks management authority in place. So once again, I believe there's total concurrence, and I would want to encourage members, if anyone feels that there's something left out, in addition to the proposals for amendment that will be coming from the committee, it will be good to have this brought so that we can fast track this bill and have it into law. Let it go to the Senate, and the 12th Parliament may well be the one that has helped in terms of mitigation measures on disaster management. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I would wish to beg to reply and also request that you defer putting the question pursuant to Standing Order number 53.3, and you can determine a time when we can have that question put. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to reply.
Your request for deferment is well in order, and we shall therefore put the question when the business comes back into the order paper. Let's move to the next order.
Order number 12, motion, implementation status of the report on a petition on irregular renewal of leases of land by Del Monte Kenya Limited.
So the chair is not here, and we shall inevitably have to step it down. Next order.
Order number 13, the prompt payment bill, Senate Bill number 16 of 2021, second reading.
And again, the chair is not here, and it seems like the leader of majority has no brief. Yeah, so we shall have to step it down also. Next one.
Order number 14, the Startup Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2021, second reading.
The same fate. Chair is absent, and we have to step it down. Next one.
Order number 15, the Mung Beans Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2020, second reading.
Same sequence. Chair's absence necessitates stepping down of the business. And in that case, honorable members, we come to the end of the sitting. Honorable members, the time being 6:52 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, April 14th, 2022 at 2:30 p.m.